Good morning, everybody. It's 10 o'clock and I'd now like to welcome you to this meeting of Hertfordshire County Council on the 15th of December 2020. There will be no prayers preceding this council meeting. I'm going to go through the usual announcement that we now make before each meeting on particularly with the impact of COVID-19 on attendance at this meeting. So due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Council will be holding this meeting electronically in accordance with the relevant regulations. Members of the public may also attend this meeting in an electronic capacity, and there is a link on the Council's website for them to do so. Members of the Council are asked to keep their microphones switched off until called to speak and to switch their microphones off once they have finished speaking. Cameras may be left on throughout the meeting if members wish. However, if possible, it's quite good to turn them off, and also particularly if members are not tethered to their desks, it can be quite distracting if people are not listening and paying attention intently to the meeting itself. So it's up to you. So if you experience connection or other technical issues, it may also help to switch your camera off. And camera should be switched off on if and when speaking in the meeting. To indicate a wish to speak, members should use the raised hand function, and use of the meeting chat function is exclusively for voting, no messaging and so on, because again, that can in the past cause confusion, and we had a very successful meeting last week where we followed these new guidelines, and they are guidelines, and I think it was a much smoother meeting, and I want us to replicate that if at all possible. It looks so much more professional. At the end of the debate on each item of business, there will be a vote, and members should use the electronic voting form, which will be loaded to the bottom of the meeting chat function, and that is usually on the right hand side as you look at the screen, and that will be there at the appropriate time. I will declare the result after each vote, and the vote of each member will then be displayed on screen by Democratic Services. Breaks of 5 minutes will be held every hour and will be taken after a speaker in the debate has finished speaking. If we are voting, the vote will be concluded before the break is taken. Other breaks will be incorporated as appropriate. So when there is an appropriate time within the agenda, we will break at some point for 30 minutes for lunch and exercise and stretching and all those other things one needs to do when you've been sitting hunched over an iPad or whatever in a Teams meeting. Right, moving on to the agenda, the apologies. In view of the coronavirus pandemic, many members not present at this meeting are considered to have given their apologies. The minutes, we have two sets of minutes. Could I ask members to confirm the minutes of the meeting of the council held at 10 a.m. on the 20th October as a correct record? In the interest of brevity, could you please indicate if you are dissenting from anything in that record, again in the chat, put your hand up and let me know if you have a problem with the minutes of that meeting. I'll give everybody a moment and then I will. Right, I've received nothing. Therefore, the meeting is agreed. Is agreed. Moving on to 1.2, which is to confirm the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held at 10 a.m. on the 17th of November 2020, as they are a correct record. If there are no dissenting voices, I'll give you a moment or two to register any concerns. If not, then the minutes of those meetings are agreed. So both of those are agreed. So Chairman's announcements, I have several. The first one regards the annual Pride of Stevenage Awards, Best COVID Community Support Award, and I'm pleased to announce that Stevenage Day Service at Leyden House has won the Best COVID Community Support Award at the annual Pride of Stevenage Awards. The team was praised for the support it has given to people with learning disabilities and their carers throughout the lockdown period. As well as supporting people attending the day service, the team also made a fantastic effort to maintain the well-being of people who are not able to attend by making regular phone calls, delivering gifts, shopping and prescriptions, and responding to requests by recording daily music videos for their Facebook page and doing socially distanced doorstep visits. And I would like to give a hearty congratulations to all of those involved. It may sound very low-key stuff, but it really does add and have a huge impact to the lives of people who are perhaps even finding the COVID situation even more difficult. Sharon, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. I wouldn't normally interrupt your Chairman's announcements, but this team, I presented the award to Sue Makindo just last week, and the team really did go above and beyond the call of duty during the first lockdown and again in the second lockdown. They deal with many of our adults with severe learning disabilities, and normally they provide an excellent service, day care service for them. During the lockdown, many of their clients couldn't go, and the team went out of their way they dressed up as dinosaurs and went and visited one of their service users who's a mad dinosaur fan. They dressed up as the Spice Girls for another client. And they really did go above and beyond, and their videos on Facebook, on their Facebook page, cheered all of us up, to be honest, not just their service users. So a big thank you to the team. They do a wonderful job all the time, but they really went above and beyond the call of duty during the pandemic lockdowns. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you, Sharon. It's very appropriate. A few words coming directly from somebody who lives and works in Stevenage. Moving on to item 2, which is the Prince's Trust Team Programme Annual Review, and I'm delighted to announce that in September, the Prince's Trust Team Programmes delivered by Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service received an outstanding grade in its annual quality review. This is the 4th year running the Fire and Rescue Service-based programme has been awarded the highest possible accolade. Although the period spans between April 2019 and March 2020, the January cohort had to make significant changes to the programme and were the first in the country to undertake their pass out via Zoom. This event was attended by the Prince's Trust Chief Executive Officer, Jonathan Townsend, who praised the team for embracing technology and continuing to support our young people through this programme in difficult times. Congratulations to all those involved in achieving this fantastic result, and it's quite clear that the fire service are continuing to provide much needed help and support to many, many disadvantaged young people in our communities. And I'm sure you'll all join me in those congratulations. We're very proud of the work that they do in Hertfordshire. Item 3 on these is the UK Top 100 Apprenticeship Employers League Table. And I'm pleased to advise Council that in October, the County Council successfully reached the Top 100 Apprenticeship Employers League Table in the United Kingdom. More than 100,000 organisations in England are now apprenticeship employers, and over 400 entered for the inaugural rankings earlier this year, with the Council proud to be placed at number 61. And I think that growth and appreciation of what apprenticeship training can give to many young people who perhaps are not particularly academically inclined really gives them a feeling of self-worth and is investing value back into our communities that we will all benefit from for an awful long time. And finally, local government elections in May 2021, the end of term survey for members. A link to the end of term members survey has been sent to all members. The survey is completely anonymous and is aimed at all members, those standing for election and those intending to retire. It will remain open until January, and the results will help officers plan services, induction and training programmes for the new council. And members are asked to complete the survey if they have not done so already. And I'm sure most of you have done so already, but they just want those final few of you to make this as complete a survey as possible. Right, and that is the end of my announcements. So moving on to item 3 on the agenda, which is public questions. There are no public questions. item 4, which is public petitions. There are no public petitions. And item 5, we move on to officers' reports relevant to executive portfolios. Sorry. And on item 5A, Sustainable Hertfordshire Strategy Action Plan, and I'd like to invite Teresa Heritage to move the motion. And Teresa, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yesterday at our meeting, Cabinet approved the Hertfordshire Sustainability Action Plan 2020 and committed to substantial funding to support it via the integrated plan process for 21-24. This funding will not only be used to provide for the direct delivery of initiatives, but also the resource to leverage national and regional funding and be available to bring forward community match funds to support the climate change agenda and the strategy. The action plan is part of the County Council's 9 green ambitions, including reducing landfill in Hertfordshire to 0 by 2030, improving biodiversity on its land by 20%, and making it a net zero greenhouse gas county before 2050. We are proud to have presented and discussed our plan at all Cabinet panels, providing an opportunity for all of our county councillors to engage across all the council service areas and support the plan's adoption. Can I take this opportunity to thank members for their diligence at these panels and also for the sustainability team's hard work led by Julie Greaves to develop the plan in less than a year. That is why I'm disappointed in the amendments from both opposition parties today to our very simple motion, which I suggest all members are in agreement with. I've been in politics long enough to know this is what happens, but given all the points raised in the motions, which I believe were discussed at the panels and answer given by officers, I am disappointed. The action plan will be coming to gripe in March, when officers will address again the points raised by the opposition amendments today. By that time, we will know what funding has been provided in the IP. There will be more information on grants we can access via government. Excuse me. There will be more information on what government will expect from us, and officers will have developed a communication plan to provide the all-important engagement with the public and stakeholders. In relation to a separate panel, consideration of this has already taken place and proposals will be brought forward in the next administration. We aim to ensure that the management of the council's operations will have an exemplary sustainability focus. We know that buildings and transport are the highest emitters of carbon in the county, which is why we have committed to being carbon zero in our operations by 2030. Excuse me. To assist with this work and provide an evidence base and show our commitment to carbon reduction and climate adaptation, the council has engaged with local partnerships, an arm of the LGA, to develop carbon baseline and reporting, a carbon budget and net zero trajectory, for them to be critical friends and review our plan and to prioritise to meet the milestones, to look at climate adaptation, a workshop with officers and a report on the climate change. All this by the end of March. The action plan builds on programmes as diverse as the replacement of the county's streetlights with LED luminaires, a revised verge maintenance regime, a pollinator strategy, an introduction of electric vehicles into our operations, and the plan for the development of a carbon neutral primary school as a pilot project in Buntingford. I'm sure members will join me in supporting this action plan and also supporting our motion asking for substantial funding in the IP process. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Can I invite Derek Ashley to second, please?
Happy to second, Madam Chairman. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And could I invite Steve Jarvis, lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, to move the Liberal Democrat amendment? And Steve, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. The Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy, I think that...
Steve, sorry, I can't hear you very well. I don't know whether it's just me, but could you try speaking up a little more loudly? Sorry.
Is that better?
That is, yes.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
So the Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy, I think, sets out some objectives that we can all agree with in terms of the objective of achieving carbon neutrality for the council by 2030 and having a zero carbon county by 2050. And I think it's right to identify not only that there are actions the council needs to take for its own activities, but there is a need for it to provide opportunities via its policies, and perhaps most importantly, to provide inspiration for the businesses and residents of Hertfordshire to change their own behaviour to reduce emissions. Now, Teresa Heritage said that she was disappointed that this amendment had been placed, and I have to say I'm disappointed that it was necessary to introduce an amendment of this sort. There's a lot of work being done in the action plan, but there's not a lot in terms of clear targets and clear deliverables. And I think not only in terms of meeting the council's own targets, but ensuring we meet the objective of inspiring the citizens of Hertfordshire, we need to be much clearer about what it is we're setting out to do. We've talked for several years about the need to make progress on electric vehicle charging, but very little has actually happened. We need to set some clear targets in terms of when we're going to have a plan and when we're going to implement that plan. We need to make some progress on low emission vehicles and ultra low emission vehicles. But I think we all understand that discarding vehicles before the end of their life is not something that's sensible either from a financial or from a carbon perspective. So if we're to have ultra low emission fleet by the middle of the decade, work needs to begin on that now in terms of procuring those vehicles. And then we need to go beyond that if we're going to have a zero emission fleet to meet our targets in 2030. And the same issues apply to energy. The action plan says that we should implement the council's energy strategy, but that proposes a reduction of 80% in emissions. Now, decarbonisation of building energy is probably one of the easier objectives to achieve in terms of reducing carbon. It doesn't involve any technology that we don't understand, but an 80% reduction isn't sufficient. We're not going to achieve the council's target of carbon neutrality by 2030 if we don't reduce our decarbonise our building energy consumption by more than 80%. We simply can't offset that degree of continuing emissions. And we need a plan and not just a pilot to decarbonise the schools in the county. That's a major undertaking. We can't afford to leave planning how that's going to be done for several years into the future, not least because our schools, while we fail to do that, our schools are burdened by unnecessary energy costs as well as the unnecessary carbon impact. Now, there will be some emissions that we can't eliminate, some that we will have to offset, but in my view, it's not acceptable for a county like Hertfordshire to offset its emissions essentially by exporting them elsewhere. So we need to be committed to a significant programme of tree planting on the council's land, as well as encouraging others to do likewise, to make a contribution towards that in county. And there are, of course, other ways of offsetting, but tree planting would certainly have to be a very significant part of that. And then finally, we need, and I was glad to hear Teresa Heritage say that there were some plans to do this, although they're not set out very clearly in the action plan, that we need to engage the people of Hertfordshire, because to achieve the carbon neutrality for the council by 2030 is a worthwhile achievement and one that will have some impact in changing other people's views. But it is a tiny part of achieving zero carbon. For
1 minute, Steve.
Thank you. So we need to make sure that we engage people, that we inspire people, and that we empower them in order to reduce their own carbon emissions. Finally, of course, we need to recognise across all the council's policies that even if we achieve this, there will be some change in the climate from the carbon that is already.
Steve, you muted yourself at the last 10 seconds or so.
I don't think I did, but something new to me. I agree. I'm not sure how much you didn't hear.
Almost all of it. I think it was just your final phrase, but I'm just being absolutely fair.
Okay, in which case I would like to propose the amendment that's on the order paper as set out.
Thank you. Right, could I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to second the amendment, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I formally second and reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Margaret Eames-Pedersen as lead speaker for the Labour group to move the Labour amendment. And Margaret, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see me?
Yes, I can. And I can hear you.
Okay, I won't take 5 minutes. And you're right, I believe we all have committed to a sustainability action plan, and we do commend the action so far. But this amendment is really to do with community and public transport. We cannot put our heads in the sand any longer about how much public transport and communal transport are contributing to PM 2.5 and nitrous oxide emissions in Hertfordshire. Herts County Council could be doing more to make a difference to this. I believe we need to put in more regulation of heavy goods vehicles also, but this is about public transport, where there is little joined up thinking to put in our own planning in Hertfordshire for how our public transport will become low emission with electric buses. In fact, I agree with Steve Jarvis about targets for this. It could be electric buses, it could be trams, it could be light rapid transport as in Cambridge and London. In Hatfield, we have electric buses coming in from Enfield and Barnet into South Hertfordshire from Transport for London, and our residents ask, when will Hertfordshire support electric buses? Now is the time to put our money where our mouth is and to start with our own school transport and our own communal transport, which we are responsible for. We need to take our responsibilities seriously. But at the moment, we do not have control of this because we have outsourced it. We could actually be contributing to reducing those harmful emissions from diesel minibuses and vehicles that we currently use. And on top of this, by working with the LEP, the University of Hertfordshire, and engineering development to support the bus operators, we could actually take a more genuine interest in projects for sustainable transport along the A414 corridor. I attended the Hertfordshire Forward Sustainability webinar, and I asked a question about this. And I was very disappointed with the reply that I had to get by a written reply that actually said that Hertfordshire County Council are not looking to use electric buses along the A414 route, that Hertfordshire County Council was working through the new Intralink Enhanced Partnership to support the bus providers simply in looking at the reducing zero carbon emissions in the air quality management areas. That is not enough. They are small areas. We need a joined up plan right across Hertfordshire. So I actually had thought this was happening through a sustainability webinar I attended 2 years ago, but I'm very disappointed to find this is not truly the case. So I commend this amendment to you, largely to do with community transport, and as we consider sustainability in our IP overview scrutiny meetings in January, I commend that we take back our community transport and school transport into our own control in Hertfordshire County Council, so that we genuinely are reducing our carbon emissions, as we say we are. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. I now can't hear you. I'm not sure what's happening.
Right, can I invite Josh Bennett-Lovell to second you, please?
Formally second and reserve my right to speak until later in the debate, Chair.
Thank you. Right, and I see that Ralph Sangster, your hand was up indicating you wish to join in the debate. Ralph?
Yes, just uncoupling my camera and microphone. Yes, thank you, Colette. I speak in support of the substantive motion proposed by my colleague, the Deputy Leader of the Council, and oppose the proposed amendments put forward by Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Ames Patterson. The Sustainable Heart Strategy has been developed over many months of consultation and review. It has at its heart the recognition that to accomplish the objectives within it will require significant financial commitment, which at present is undetermined and therefore unquantifiable. There is a recognition that funds will need to be identified to meet the strategic objectives, and that their availability will determine the pace at which progress will be made. The Council, in its IP proposals, will be committing funds in support of the delivery of schemes, leveraging national and regional funds, and be a vehicle for community matched funding that supports the climate change agenda and this Council strategy. That commitment will be both measured and appropriate, unlike the commitments put forward by the two amendments. They both contain a list of specific and implied uncosted and unevidenced commitments, which even from a layman's perspective could amount to hundreds of millions of pounds. And they do so without putting forward one proposition as to how the Council will find the funds to accomplish those objectives. Madam Chairman, the opposition proposals need to be provided with the rigour of objective assessment. There may be proposals which are both attainable and desirable, but without the process of assessment and evaluation could not be unconditionally committed to. There will be opportunities to raise these proposals during the action plan assessment and implementation phase, but they must be considered in the light of their affordability and value for money. I urge members to reject the amendments to the original motion, not because they are not worthy, but because they represent an unspecified financial commitment. If you will, a blank cheque, which this Council could not contemplate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ralph. Can I invite Sandy Walkington, please? And you have 3 minutes, Sandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, of course, there are always reasons not to do something. I mean, the aim of the Liberal Democrat amendment is to actually make sure there is some action in this plan. It's a very good laundry list as produced. I have to say that unfortunately, I was unable to attend the panel where we reviewed the bits that were relevant to our panel for reasons beyond my control. But one of the problems with the approach of this, and I understand it's always difficult, is that because it's been done panel by panel, people have lost sight of the wood for the trees to a degree. And this is our first chance to actually look at the overall strategy. And I don't want to channel my inner Gillian Anderson, but there was a famous member of your party who said, if it's not hurting, it's not working. And what comes across to me from the plan, it is full of very worthy things. I don't deny that, but it's the low hanging fruit. And we are at the stage where unless we really accelerate and we start to sprint, then we will never, ever get to where we need to be to deal with the issues which confront us. Amendment mentions the word resilience, and I am proposing a motion later in the order paper about flooding. I mean, I think there are really serious issues. What this amendment concentrates on is cutting carbon, because that's what we need to do. But there is a lot of scientific evidence now that we may already have passed a tipping point where, of course, we have to cut carbon emissions. We can't just do nothing, but we have to accept that there will be certain results in terms of climate change, which is inescapable, in
you
terms
have 1
of
minute,
flooding
Sandy.
events, where we need to actually, as a council, face up to that as well. So what this is about putting action into the action plan, and it's a 10-point action plan because that is something which people can seize hold of, and it is something that we will pursue when we take over control of this council after next May. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others wishing to take part in the debate? Chris White.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to check you can hear me and I sound normal. I've had some
yes.
what can be described in IT terms as Donald Duck issues with the software, but seem to be okay. Thank you very much. I was just looking through the Liberal Democrat amendment again, and it is straightforward that 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10 are either cost neutral or could be revenue raisers. So the idea that, oh, this is all on costs and therefore we can't do it, crashes to the ground, literally crashes to the ground on a simple reading. And of the rest, some of the costs are trivial. The particular reason why I wanted to speak was in relation to 1 and 4, namely the electric vehicle charging strategy. We do need to get on with this. There is increasing demand out there. Those of us who would like to have electric vehicles can't do so and have to have hybrids because we cannot rely upon the charging points. And indeed, work is being done by for instance, district councils and private sector housing providers to provide EV points. We now need to think about the retrofitting necessary, particularly in terraced streets. This may seem pie in the sky, but Hampshire County Council, which I believe is Conservative controlled, has been getting on with it using lampposts. Lampposts may not be the solution, but what I'm seeing at the moment is talk and no action. If the County Council wishes to hand over all of this to the districts, then so be it, but get on with it, because we need to make it easier for people to buy electric cars, and the clock is now running in terms of the disappearance of petrol-fueled vehicles within the decade. The second issue is the demand for car-free days. One of the problems about the love of the car is that people can't imagine life without the car. What we are trying to do here, and again, there's zero cost to the County Council, is to facilitate exercises like car-free days so that people suddenly realise what life is like if you're not driving around. That it is possible to walk into town, to cycle into town, to get a bus into town, or whatever it may be. And this is a simple ask. I'm baffled, not least because my council has asked for it, why this is not included. So what we have at the moment is something which looks nice, but I'm afraid is fairly feeble. And therefore I would commend the Liberal Democrat amendment in all its contents to the council.
1 minute.
In order to make significant improvements to the strategy as currently laid out.
Thank you, Chris. Nigel Quinton.
Good morning. Colette, if you could confirm that you can see and hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Nigel.
Excellent, thank you. So it's now 16 months since this council declared a council emergency, with a commitment at that time to approve a strategy such as this by the end of 2019. Now, I know we've had a few other distractions this year, but we are a year late on producing this. And I don't think that smacks of an emergency response. So I really welcome the commitment from Cabinet yesterday to commit funding to support the action plan and the strategy in as far as they go. But I'm very unclear, as we all are, as to how much that will add up to. One really hopes it's not limited to the 1.45 million pilot project in here about schools. But I have to say, as my colleagues have, that the action plan at the moment isn't fit for purpose if it's going to treat this as a true emergency. I think Sandy summed up better than I could what this looks like. It is the low-hanging fruit. It is not the things that require real change in business as usual. They're in there, but they're in there as things for the future, not for now. And they are subject to pilots, they're subject to this, they're subject to that. We really do need to see a fuller commitment, which is what our fairly modest amendment attempts to do. And as Chris has pointed out, does not carry with it any significant funding. And as he has also said, some of this is not just cost neutral, but cost beneficial to the council. We can do far more on solar energy. Solar energy now is generating fantastic returns. We're looking at 4 to 5 year payback on 40-year projects. You know, you just can't get that sort of return in many other sectors at very, very low risk. And we need a proper strategy that's not just about EV charging. And I await the publication of the
1 minute, Nigel.
With interest, but we need to be looking at the whole power network across Hertfordshire that looks at generation, it looks at storage, and it looks at EV charging in all areas. So I recognise this is a work in progress and pleased that officers are listening to suggestions from members, and I hope the administration will continue to listen and work with members across party lines. And I suggest that by adopting the amendment we've put forward, the administration will signal a very clear commitment to meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Now I have Ron Tyndall and then Phil Bibby, and I'm hopeful that we might start to wind this debate up at that point. So Ron Tyndall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to Ralph Sangster, I found that his lack of ambition rather disappointing, and also his questioning of the affordability of any of the proposals. First of all, we've just been through 10 months of a pandemic which is causing considerable number of deaths, 1 million or 2, and the Chancellor has been throwing money at the problem. However, if we do not get this right, and if we do not start to seriously invest in climate emergency, it won't be 1 million plus deaths, it'll be tens of millions of deaths around the world, as we find that the carbon dioxide level and methane level have actually overtaken us and now out of total control. So we need to actually do something now. And I just commend what my colleague Chris White said when he pointed to the fact that most of our suggestions are cost neutral and even provide for income streams. Can I suggest that even if the administration questions some of our proposals on cost factors, which I condemn anyway, I also ask them to really take another look at that list, to pick out the ones that actually are cost neutral or create outcome streams and start with them. That means that the arguments that Ralph put forward are totally negated. Thank you.
Did you call on me, Colette, because you're muted?
Sorry. Yes, I did, Phil. You're there and I can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back on Chris White's intervention on EV charging. A very interesting but not simple issue, and we have the danger, if we act too quickly, of getting into a VHS and Betamax scenario. We are looking for an insight into what the industry are doing, what other authorities are doing, to make sure that we don't go in the wrong direction. Because what we want at the end of the day, someone being able to drive the length and breadth of the country and know that they can recharge their car with some sense of consistency. At the end of the day, this will very much be a partnership between county and districts, because districts are the LPAs and they can actually enforce charging points on developers, etc. County will have a role to play, but it'd be very much a partnership. So to put it all on the county, I think is the wrong thing to do. We are working very hard on this. I attend every seminar I can to actually find out some insight in what people are doing. And to be honest with you, at the moment, I don't see a consistent approach. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Phil. And finally, Paul Zukowski.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to commend our approach to the climate emergency to the council. We do need specific targets and we need to be very much more joined up on how we approach things. This council has a fairly lamentable record on being joined up and actually coordinating things. And I have a very specific example of exactly how that sort of issue falls over when we look at what our council does. So on Friday, 16th of November 2018, at the Resources and Performance Cabinet panel, we agreed as a council to plant 37 acres of carbon woodland on the Enfield Chase estate. I discovered subsequently that the council's property section had promoted what appears to be exactly the same area of land for housing development. So we've gone from a situation where we're taking funds and support from the Forestry Commission to plant woodland to sequester carbon, and instead we're planting houses on it, which will actually emit carbon from CO2 from the soil. And to be honest, it's a lack of joined up and strategic direction from this council that I think requires us to put in place specific targets on things, because otherwise it just won't happen across the organisation. That's what our amendment does, and I commend it to the council.
Thank you, Paul. Now, if there are no other speakers, I'd now like to move to the. Sorry, right. Nick Hollinghurst has apparently indicated. Nick, can you get exercise? Yes, Nick, speak, please.
One point I'd like to make on what Councillor Bibby was saying. It's quite true that there are new technologies emerging all the time, and one of the hopeful ones, possibly for large vehicles like trains, ferries, possibly large lorries, might be a hydrogen. But I don't think we should hold back from investing in the tried and tested battery technology right now, because we know it works. We've got the cars. I drive one already, for the sake of a technology which at the moment is 3 times more expensive than battery electric. And it has to be said that the purity of the hydrogen that's needed is of a heroic standard, because otherwise you will poison the fuel cells. These are problems which have not been cracked, and we shouldn't put off something which might be better instead of starting to work immediately with something which we know is already good and working.
Thank you. And Nick, if I could remind you to use your hand, otherwise, because I nearly missed your. No, that's not good enough. If you can use the hand on your screen, because I nearly missed your valuable contribution. Right, moving on then. Could I ask Josh Lovell-Bennett on behalf of the Labour Group? You wanted to exercise your right, so you've got 3 minutes to reply, Josh.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So firstly, I think it's disappointing that the ruling party won't be supporting either our amendment or the Lib Dem one. Whilst I think the latter of these, and moreover the substantive strategy, remain insufficient given the scale of the task in front of us, I will still be supporting both of them, and I'd urge others to support ours as well. I'd also say it's kind of ironic that Councillor Sangster refers to our amendments as being uncosted. I'd urge him to reread the motion as put forward by his group. As far as I can see, the original motion makes an uncosted commitment too. So now on our amendment, I haven't shied away from raising the key contradiction in our fight against climate change, and that's runaway consumption drives towards unending exponential economic growth fueled by the mass extraction of ever more limited resources. The system on which our economy is based is critically unstable, and that's before we consider the mass environmental and ecological damage being done by its accelerating output. Simply put, capitalist economics are killing the planet. Now, climate change remains the single greatest threat to life on Earth, be that a threat to the water we drink, the air we breathe, or the food that we eat. It requires a response that recognises this threat to every aspect of our lives. Now, no one can put a price on those things, but I guarantee that it's worth more than £1.45 million. And transport in Western economies is the single highest driver of greenhouse gases, though closely matched with its contribution of 25 to 30% to total greenhouse gas emission, is even greater than that of energy consumption. And that's why I've got no hesitance in calling this council to respond to the climate emergency that last year it recognised with swift and significant action. And one immediate step, therefore, must be the insourcing of all county commissioned transport services. For example, the buses and taxis that transport our young and old around the county, in order to properly control these services and the vehicles they rely on. So this would fully allow Hertfordshire County Council to guarantee all its services rely on low carbon and renewable energy driven vehicles. And if done by 2025, I would expect it to be the first authority to achieve this. This would be a huge achievement by the County Council on behalf of its residents and its staff. I argue this on the basis of the market level failure of the industry to act. Simply put, contract clauses are not an effective lever to push the rapid transformation required, and certainly do not merit the response to an emergency this description fits. We cannot wait until services require recommissioning. Although I want to add here that a simple greening of these vehicles isn't enough. Vehicles that are run off the grid still draw significantly more from power plants, and that's why, although low carbon vehicles can drastically improve our air quality, a comprehensive strategy to shift away from mass polluting vehicle usage altogether is needed. So that's why I'll be supporting the overall strategy put forward by the authority, but believe we must continue to push for more urgent, rapid and holistic solutions. Those levels of shift required can only happen if the County Council has direct control over all of the services it provides. You cannot control what you do not own. Please support this amendment.
Thank you, Josh. Now I'd like to invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to exercise his right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One element I could agree with what last speaker said, and that actually is we would need public transport control for the whole of Hertfordshire. It's something I think Derek Ashley and my side agrees with the Conservatives. If we had control of public transport collectively across Hertfordshire, we could make a real difference. And that real difference needs to be in terms of the buses being ultra low emission vehicles, especially given the fact actually we have driven by successive cuts every single year, virtually, people into their own private motor vehicles right out of the bus network. That in itself has contributed to carbon growth within Hertfordshire. But let me turn to some of the other points that have been made here. Phil Bibby in particular says, well, it's up to the districts to sort out what's happening. Well, actually, it's not up to the districts. It's up to the county to enable the districts to do the work. I'm fortunate to be a county councillor in Watford, where the borough council has taken a huge initiative forward in terms of on-road charging points, and has met considerable headaches and hurdles from the county council in so installing them. The county council has been very reluctant to make agreements for these to go on the highway network, where we have, in the case of my division, a huge number of terrace streets, and there is no other option. Yes, they have also been installed in car parks. We also have installed rapid charge. It can be done. It can be done now. And I recall about 2 years ago at a local government association conference, speaking to several executive members when we were being shown how these EV chargers could be part and parcel of the street infrastructure in terms of either the bollards or street columns 2 years ago. Yet we have made no progress on that because the county council refuses to engage in that particular process. I believe much more can and should be done. These 10-point action plan shows half of them are certainly
1 minute, Stephen.
Half of them are certainly cost neutral, shows that we can have an energetic, proactive programme to ensure that we do make massive changes the way Hertfordshire is run in terms of its climate emergency. More needs to be done now. We cannot continue to push things into the long grass, as has been suggested with the tree planting. Oh, we'll look at the 2-for-1 tree planting sometime next year. That is just not good enough. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Derek Ashley to exercise his right to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I think members will know that I've got a great deal of sympathy for a number of the views that have been expressed today. But what I do hear is general support for the County Council's policies. And what a number of members are now saying is we should actually, through the County Council, commit ourselves to a number of targets without any kind of officer report supporting them. I'm quite sure that a lot of these issues can be raised through the panel, and there is a general issue, I think, that arises from this debate as to whether the County Council is the right forum to drill down into detailed issues of policy, which really should be discussed at panel level and on an ongoing basis once policies have been in place for a time, even through scrutiny. But the County Council is not really the right place to suddenly try and bounce the council into a decision on the basis of amendment that has been submitted just hours previously. It's not really the way to go about things. So I'd ask members to reflect on that. I am actually struck by Sandy Walkington said it needs to hurt. Well, actually, I quite agree with him. It does need to hurt. But over the years, I've learned to my cost and I bear the scars of pushback, particularly of district councils, whenever the county council suggests something that implies an even minor degree of hurt. We've still got the situation where local planning authorities are relaxing rules on taxes, for example. They are still very intent on encouraging free parking in towns. Now, I know that's a big issue for everyone, but that's the kind of area where hurting would start. And I just look forward to member support. And it's been particularly interesting in the debate on sustainable travel towns, where in fact there has been a lot of equivocation and unwillingness to face up to some of the issues that we are suggesting. Now, over the years,
1 minute, Derek.
Just as a general, over the years, I've learned the way to achieve things in this council is not to actually grandstand from the top of the food chain, but actually work upwards from the bottom. There are a number of well-known national political figures who spend a lot of time trying to make headlines and achieving very little. I would suggest the right way to approach this is to do diligent work at the panel level, and I'm sure we will accommodate suggestions that other members have been making.
Thank you, Derek. I'd now like to invite Teresa Heritage to exercise her right of reply. And Teresa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've listened to this debate with interest, actually, because I didn't manage to get to all the panels, so it's really good hearing it, as it were, on the hoof. Can I just say this council does not lack ambition, and I don't know where that's come from, but that's just a quip by the opposition. We do have ambition, great ambition, and certainly going forward over the next year, 2021. If I'm still around, shall I say, I will be pushing this agenda quite seriously and pushing it in those areas, particularly perhaps such as EV, allowing people to understand around the biodiversity angle. And can I remind members that the County Council is part of the Hertfordshire Climate Change and Sustainability Partnership, where we're joining with all the district and borough councils and the LEP and hopefully the NHS to look at carbon reduction, biodiversity, water impact, all that big structural stuff that's really important. This action plan is about our own business. Let's not forget that. This is about what we do at council. So it's really important. We can't do things unless it is evidenced. We can't call for money from our IP unless it is evidenced. And that's what we're going to go forward doing. I've already said to you that we're going to set some baselines. We're going to do a prioritization of milestones so that we can meet our targets. And those matters will come through a panel. Initially, conversations will be at GRIPE in March, but as I said, hopefully this administration will be returned and we will have a different sort of panel set up. Can I just finally end in relation to our motion, our ambition? My bid into the IP will be for £12 million, and I'm hoping all council will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm now going to ask council to vote, and we will vote first on the Labour amendment. And can I advise
Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, you've missed out Steve Jarvis as the mover of the motion. Amendment, I thought he had a chance.
No,
I may have it wrong.
No, it's combined.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've just had it confirmed because it's an amendment. That doesn't pertain.
Fine. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Not at all. Right. So now I will now move and ask council to vote, and we'll be voting on the Labour amendment. And can I advise members that they should use the electronic voting form, which will be loaded to the bottom of the chat function. Can you select and submit your vote? And then we will wait for confirmation from Democratic Services that a majority vote has been achieved and declare the result. And if you look at on the right hand side, you will see the forms for you to use. So can I just say that Maurice Bright and Caroline Clapper will be putting their vote in the chat box because they are unable to access, for various reasons, the chat function, and only Morris and Caroline should be doing so. Yeah. Can I please ask members to use the electronic form? Too many are using the chat function to vote. If you scroll upwards, you will get to the form, which is 5A, the Labour amendment. If you keep on putting messages into the chat function, it pushes the voting form up.
Chairman, it won't let me submit my vote. I've put 4 in the box and click submit and nothing happens.
Thank you, Sharon, and we've noted your vote.
Thank you.
The vote is now closed, and right, sorry, I've got 1 or 2 here. I've had Francis Button has also not been able to use the voting button, as it were. And I thought I saw Nigel Quinton in there. Sorry, not Nigel Quinton, Nigel Bell. We're just checking things through to ensure that everybody who wanted to vote has been able to do so. Can you give me the figures?
There's 61 votes in the actual electronic. I can show the results. I can't give figures of the number of votes for each one. Can you see it?
Chair, can I just say, I'm looking at the voting box here, and it seems the number of responses seems to be going down.
Paul, we are just looking through this now, but thank you for your comment.
We've got, well, according to the call,
Right. The result of that vote was that there were 8 votes for, 47 against, and 13 abstentions. Therefore, that amendment has been defeated. Can I just say, please, one of the difficulties we're having here is because so many people did go into the chat function rather than into the voting form, and it is very easy. It's exactly the same as we did last time. If you can't see the voting form, it's because it's scrolled up because people are putting their vote in the chat box rather than using the form. So don't worry, you persevere, put in your vote and press the submit button. And if you see that little flicker from the submit button that indicates that it's been activated, then your vote has been recorded. So please don't go into the chat function. At the moment, we can't give you the names of those who voted, but that will be available at some point. And forgive me if it isn't quite exactly as you would wish it to be, but clearly we must follow the procedures that we've got. I have only 2 registered people who cannot vote by any other means, and that's Maurice Bright and Caroline Clapper. So let's have another go at this with regard to the
Madam Chair, there does seem to, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, but there does seem to be some problem with members being disconnected. For instance, I had John Hale who was disconnected during the course of the vote. So there does seem to be some IT issues here.
I think I can't comment on that, Stephen. I'm trying to be as all-encompassing as I can, but clearly it is going to make this process slower. So I'd now like to move on to the Liberal Democrat amendment, which will be 5B, and that will appear shortly at the bottom of the chat box. And can I advise members that they should use the electronic voting form, which will be loaded there at the bottom of the chat function. Can you select the vote that you want to make and then submit your votes. Now, if you are getting your chat function obscured by these little bluey purple notices, if you just touch them with your thumb, they will disappear. And we seem to have a further technical hiccup in that we now have a
It's because someone's not selected, they've just pressed submit. You've got to select
right.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I've confined the choices for the votes, but there doesn't seem to be any little dots alongside it for me to press, and there's no submit button on my screen.
I have the same problem.
Right.
I also have no voting buttons.
If you scroll off of it and then scroll back to it, they do appear. That I had the same issue.
Yeah, you do have to scroll back.
I've now had 5 members of my group saying having the same problem, Colette. This really is not on.
I'm sorry, it's not working for me either. Scrolling backwards or forwards, it's not there.
Nor me.
Well, I've got
and I only have the vote from the last one. I haven't got the new voting box up. That's Judy. Sorry.
Not me.
Right.
I've managed to get the buttons by.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you switch off the chat box, then go back in. That works.
Oh, for goodness.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you click off the come out of chat, then go back in.
That's right. Yeah,
and
that
then
works.
it should be there. I've got mine in front of me. And I've got county issue kit. I don't have special treatment because I'm the chair. That's
I find
Well done, Chris.
Eminently sensible, and everything is fine now. If you
Good.
go out, come back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Well spotted, Chris.
It's only a version of switching it off and on again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, you spotted it.
Invariably works.
Right. And I have the two registered, if you wish, chat box users, which is Caroline Clapper and Maurice Bright.
You've got several others here.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. We're just working our way through. We'll get there.
Nigel Bells has come up with development control.
It might be he's in the wrong meeting.
Yes, I'm thinking that.
Is he having more fun there?
Yeah.
Surely not possible, Chris. Don't be silly.
Oh, I thought all the fun was here.
Absolutely. It clearly is.
Right.
Sorry to be pedantic, Chair. I wonder what other was. I thought there were only 3 versions of voting.
Quite.
Other is where
Name last
somebody has pressed the submit but not put in a vote.
Ah, thank you.
Right. I think we will close the vote now. Officers will ratify the vote if you wish, and if there are any issues that I need to bring to councillors, of course I will. If you'd like to hold tight, and we'll get there.
Nigel Bell appears to be in a different meeting, Colette, according to the message you just put up. On my side, what the end result of this printed in the minutes, please, of this amendment, as we did at the extraordinary council.
You're muted, Colette.
Thank you. As I said, I can only apologise for the technical issues that people are experiencing. And the delays are due to our concerns to make this an accurate result to for this amendment. Right. The results of that vote are 23 for, 42 against, and 1 abstention. Therefore, that amendment fails. I'd now like to move on to ask council to vote in the substantive motion. Did somebody squeak then, or was it just? No. Okay. So right, I'm now moving on to the substantive motion, and again, it was much better that time because more members were able to use the the voting box. So can I advise members again that they should use the electronic voting form, which will be loaded at the bottom of the chat function. You press for, against, or abstain, and then you press the submit button, and then that should ensure that your vote has been received. Right. If you scroll up or down, you should find ultimately the voting panel. And if you're having problems finding it, just move up and down, and then you'll find 5A, the substantive vote. And you should be able to register. And I can see that we've got quite a few people have voted already.
Doesn't seem to, sorry, Colette, doesn't seem to be accepting my submitted vote.
Sorry, who is speaking?
Judy, sorry.
Right, sorry, Judy, I should recognise your voice.
No.
I'm just trying to, right, just checking. We're checking now to make sure that your vote has been received, Judy.
Okay.
Again, I've had 2 members of my group thrown out of the system when they tried to vote.
Who are they?
Sarah Bedford, it would appear, and John Hale again. So he may be back in now.
I'm back. It's John Hale. I'm back in.
Yeah.
Right, and can we check that we've received votes from Sarah Bedford and John Hale, please?
Check Chris White as well. I don't know what I'm supposed to see. I can't remember what I'm supposed to see when I voted, but it keeps inviting me to do it again, which made.
Right. Now, I have not received. Chris White, your vote is in. Judy Billings' vote is in.
Okay.
Just a moment. Sarah Bedford is not. So can you try voting again, Sarah? And John Hale, you were able to vote ultimately, I understand. Yes. Right. So Sarah, are you able to get in yet? Then can you vote in the chat box, failing all else? Right. On that basis, then, I think we can then move to counting the vote fairly confidently that everybody who wished to vote has been able to by whatever method. Let's put it that way. Hang on a moment.
The votes have changed again. Oh, dear.
Right. So the result of that vote is for 51 and abstain 15. Yes. So the substantive motion has been carried, at which point, colleagues, we will have a 5-minute break. And I'll see you back here it's 11:15 now, strictly at 11:20. Okay.
I take it you got my request that on the amendment we wanted the tabulated form to be printed in the minutes as we did at the Extraordinary Council.
Yes, sorry, Stephen, there was just so much going on.
I appreciate that, Chairman. It's not your fault, some of the technical. Sarah still can't get back into the system. She's waiting to be let back in.
Okay.
That's why there's only the 15.
Yeah, fine. Right, thank you, everybody. Please stay tuned into the meeting, but turn your cameras and your microphones off. Thank you. Okay. Right, welcome back, everybody. everybody. We are now back live. It is 11:20. I'd now like to move on to item 5B, Access Governance Investment Pooling Inter-Authority Agreement Amendment. And I'd now like to invite Ralph Sangster to move the motion. And Ralph, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. These are rather too dry items compared to the ones we've just dealt with, but I'll try and make them interesting. This report sets out the proposed changes to the inter-authority agreement known as the IAA between the 11 access pool members. The current IAA was approved by this council at its meeting in March 2017, and any amendments to the IAA must be approved by the council. The changes to the IAA reflect the evolution of access as an investment pool and takes it from the establishment stage to the business as usual operational phase. The changes reflect the role of the Access Joint Committee's governance of all pooled assets, including those which sit outside the relationship with Link, the operator, such as the passive investment and future illiquid asset investment pooling. The IAA has also been updated to reflect the role of the Section 151 officers of the 11 funds and their obligations in terms of business planning and providing advice to the chairman of the Joint Committee. Finally, the IAA updates include an amendment to incorporate the Permanent Officer Support Unit that has been established. The IAA changes have been reviewed and agreed by all chief monitoring and legal officers of the Access Funds. Madam Chairman, I move the motion in my name on the order paper.
Right. Thank you. I'd now like to invite Bob Deering to second the motion. And you have 3 minutes, Bob.
Sorry, Colette. I'm happy to second this motion. I reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now then, Stephen Giles Medhurst, I believe you're the lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group on this, and you have
Robin Parker.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Robin Parker.
Thank you.
Both of this and the next one.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Right, Robin Parker. Can I invite?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Right, thank you. Okay, thanks to Ralph for trying to make this interesting. I will also not be able to make it interesting. Basically, this is an administrative matter. There have been a number of changes and issues that have evolved since this agreement was first executed on the 12th of July 2017. For example, an issue involving the UBS passively managed equities mandate, but there are other issues as well. These have now been brought together, and a new agreement has been put together to cover all those issues. Squire, Patton, Boggs, our legal advisors, have scrutinised it and have found no fault with it. And I want to make clear that the opposition have had a full briefing from the officers on this, for which I thank the officers. The details of the whole thing are, of course, in the report. I would ask also that I be kept informed in due course as to whether or not the actual fund needs its own Section 151 officer. Maybe the officers or Ralph could comment on that in due course. And so I will be supporting this this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And could I invite Sharon Taylor, lead speaker for the Labour group, to speak? And you have 5 minutes, Sharon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I understand the reasons that the report's been brought, but I did want to make a comment that pension funds have got enormous potential to contribute to the economic growth, recovery and community wealth building of our area. We invest huge amounts every year on behalf of the pensioners in Hertfordshire, as do all the other councils involved in this fund management. And I do think we that's something that's been an emerging picture since 2017, that the understanding of how pension funds can be used to contribute to the local area. So while I completely understand the purpose of the pooling investments, and I'll be supporting the paper today, I think that all the reasons set out at 4.1, which means it's more economically viable for us to invest, we get more return out of it. I did want to ask a couple of questions, and I appreciate I haven't given these to Councillor Sangster in advance, so my apologies to that, and I'm happy to take an answer after the meeting if necessary. But relating to the point 4 at 4.1, which is the improved capacity to invest in infrastructure through pooling, I take it that does refer to infrastructure in the local areas of the authorities represented in the pooling arrangement and not infrastructure elsewhere. And at 2.1 little e, I'd be interested on some clarification around what is intended in terms of handling illiquid investments. And I'm also keen to know about the expansion of the fund and how that works. And is that going to in any way mitigate against the use of pension investments in Hertfordshire? Because I think we do need to think more going forward about how we use our pension investments to support our local economy here in the county. As I say, apologies to Councillor Sangster for not giving him advance notice of the question, and happy to take an answer in writing after the meeting, Chair. But I will be supporting the proposals.
Right. Thank you, Sharon. Right. Is there any other speakers? You have 5 minutes. If you wish to speak on this, can you indicate with the hand function? There seem to be no indications. Therefore, can I invite Bob Deering to exercise your right to speak, Bob?
Thank you very much, Colette. In principle, I have nothing to add here. As Ralph has said, this is dry and it's not unimportant, though. But just given Sharon's comments a couple of minutes ago, I think it's just worth reminding ourselves that the pension aspect is governed by fiduciary responsibilities to deliver the best return possible for members. The Pensions Committee, through its advisors, has been taking advice on ethical investing, so it's not blind to that. Appropriate investing is an important item, a matter for the Pensions Committee, but essentially there's a fiduciary responsibility to do the best we can for members. But with that, I just reiterate my happiness to second this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And Ralph, can you, if you'd like to exercise your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. Had I had some advance warning, I might have been able to provide Sharon with a rather more detailed response. But I think I would echo Bob's note here, and that is that the Pensions Committee is responsible for achieving the best returns for its members. It's not to be used to manipulate local issues or support local issues. It's not within its remit to do so, and I wouldn't expect it to do so. I'll ask the officers of the Pensions Department if they will provide Sharon with a justification for that, but that would be my initial response. So we are all charged with doing the very best for our members, not the very best for necessarily Hertfordshire as an economic unit. So that would be my reply.
Thank you. Therefore, I now move to the vote. And again, if you look in the chat function on the right-hand side, the voting form is now up, and you can vote for or against or abstain, and then you can press the submit button. If you can't see all of the voting buttons, then if you just move it up and down a little bit, you should find it in front of you right now. So voting is now open.
Chairman, may I make a comment on the way the submit vote is working for me?
Yes.
It's Frances here. if I click my vote and then click submit, it disappears. And then within 3-4 seconds, the submit light comes back on again. So I'm left thinking I haven't voted, but I now understand that the submit vote has come back on because of the facility for me to change my vote were I so to want. Yes. And that's what confused me initially, because I don't think it came on back on that quickly last time. But I'm content that I'm voting. It's just that to let everybody else know, if the submit vote comes back on, the light comes back on quickly, doesn't mean your vote hasn't been taken. Hope that helps.
Francis, thank you. That was very useful in case there are some members who are still wondering about how this whole thing works. I must admit, sometimes I do too. Right. How are we doing? Right. We do have a majority and vote, and at the moment it is 62 in favour and no against and no abstentions. Therefore, that's clearly a majority vote, so we can, and it's been passed, and we can proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is 5C. And this is the delegation of pension administration functions, Hertfordshire County Council to Lancashire County Council. And I'm going to invite Ralph again to move the motion. And again, Ralph, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. This is a little bit more exciting, but not a lot. This report proposes a delegation of function from this council to Lancashire County Council, a joint shareholder of the local pensions partnership with the London Pension Fund Authority, known as LPP, for the delivery of the pensions administration function for the Herts County Council Pension Fund. The current commercial contract with LPP ends at the end of March 2021. Fund officers and the Pensions Committee have reviewed the market for the delivery of the service and the requirement that in the future provider can support both the local government pension scheme and in particular the firefighters pension scheme. The conclusion from this review was the commercial market can't meet the requirements of this fund, i.e. fire and LGPS administration together. And the two models used by funds that support the two pension schemes were either delivered in-house or through a partnership with another local authority. To deliver the administration service in-house would require this council to establish a specialised team with a skill set not available within the authority. It would also require IT systems for pension benefits and associated infrastructure to support the delivery of the service. The preferred partnership model, which is the delivery model now used by LPP, provides for the running of the administration service by another authority on our behalf through a delegation. A budget is agreed and set each year and requires the contribution from each partner. Any underspends are refunded to the partners at the end of the financial year. The Pensions Committee supports the partnership model and that it is delivered by LPP, the current provider. There are significant advantages in remaining with LPP. The service to the 100,000 plus members and 300 plus employees will all remain uninterrupted, and there is no transition risk in moving data from one provider to another. So, Madam Chairman, I move the motion in my name on the order sheet, please.
Thank you, Ralph. Could I invite Bob Deering to second?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, again, I'm happy to second this, and I reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'd now move on to the debate, and can I invite Robin Parker to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Ralph's given a good summary of it. Essentially, the current arrangement with LPP, which is a partnership between the London Pension Fund Authority and Lancashire County Council Pension Fund, that cannot continue. The contract ends in March 21. It's already been extended once, I think. So we looked at the alternatives at the working party and indeed the pension committee as a whole. And one of the alternatives was to set up an in-house admin team to do the administration of our pension fund. But that's simply too costly. We don't have enough staff to do it. So that was really a non-starter. So then we thought about a commercial provider, well, that's a very limited marketplace. And in any case, LPP won't do a commercial contract. So that was out. So the present arrangements with LPP cannot continue because it is a commercial contract at the moment. So that leaves a partnership arrangement with Lancashire involving LPP, and an advantage which maybe, if I missed it, I don't think Ralph mentioned, or maybe he didn't, I missed it, is that they can also do the administration of the fire pension scheme, which is definitely also needed. So if we stay with this partnership, or go with this partnership rather, there'll be a connection with LPP and Lancashire because they're in partnership together, and the chance of records going astray, which was my main concern, the chance of individual records going astray is very much reduced. Again, all details are in the report. Again, I've had a full briefing with officers, and again, I support this recommendation.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Margaret Eames Patterson, lead speaker for the Labour Group.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. This is not really controversial, as both Robin and Ralph have described. I've been part of the working group, and this is the best compromise I believe that we can achieve to have our administrative function fulfilled. I was just going to add, the most important thing really was preserving our 100,000 membership data with integrity, and this will be done by moving to the Lancashire Partnership. And as Robin says, we also will cover the Fire Brigade pension scheme. I think we should add that in the past we have previously accommodated the LPP office in County Hall, and that is it's possible for that to continue, which gives us quite a good joined up link with them and accountability, and we hope that will actually continue through negotiations to have the Lancashire County as our pension provider. So I think that summarised just a little bit of extra. I think it will cost us a bit more, and Ralph might have added that, but it is the best arrangement that we could see for the future. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Now I have Terry Hone. You've indicated that you wish to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As the Chairman of the Hertfordshire Fire Pension Board, which is scheduled to meet on Friday, December the 18th, I concur with what Councillor Sanks said. We are supportive of this. No doubt we'll discuss it at that meeting, because we have not had one recently because of all sorts of complications with getting the right people around the right screens at the right time. But certainly myself and I guess firefighter Scotchfold as well will be very supportive of this as the one of the member representatives. So we are for it, but we'll discuss it at our Friday, December the 18th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Are there any other colleagues who wish to take part in this debate? Right, I don't have any indications. Therefore, I'm going to invite Bob Deering to exercise his right of reply. Bob, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Chair. I absolutely won't take 3 minutes. It's quite right that this is unanimously supported. It's not controversial. I thought I might just mention that, just for the avoidance of any doubt whatsoever, that we have excellent pension officers at Hertfordshire County Council. And this recommendation is in no way a reflection on their abilities. They are excellent and support the Pensions Committee extremely well indeed. This is a proposal that's designed to achieve better administration and efficiency in the administration of the pension provision. So I'm fully supportive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. And Ralph, you can exercise your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a small comment. Margaret did mention the fact that it's going to cost us a little bit more, and I think that's reflective of the fact that the complexity of pension schemes has significantly increased over the last decade. It's now a really difficult area in which to administer We receive changes from central government on a regular basis, and they have to be incorporated into systems. We have to backtrack through existing process when an issue is raised and has an impact on the legacy issues that are surrounding pensions. So it's not surprising that a small increase has been required to the costs. But of course, we are sharing all those costs, and if there are savings to be made, we also get the money back. This is a partnership, not a commercial enterprise. So I think that's well worth remembering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph. We will now move to the vote. And yet again, if you look in the chat screen, in the bottom right-hand corner, you should now be able to see the voting. Just keep scrolling it if you can't see it. There we are. So the whole thing is there, and if it's immovable, hang on. Oh. You should be able to scroll up and down and reach the voting buttons. Mine isn't moving. If you're having trouble making it move up and down or getting it to respond, then just come out of chat and then go back in again, and that should clear it for you. It's not.
This is 5C, isn't it? 5.
Yes,
Yeah.
5C.
It is.
Yeah.
Maurice and Caroline have registered their votes. And we have probably going to close the vote in a moment because we do have a majority. And I can see that we have 61 for and 1 abstention. And if everybody is happy with that, then we'll put that one to bed. Thank you. So that motion, that agenda item has been passed. Right, moving on now to the executive report to the County Council. Could I invite David Williams to present the report and move the motion? And he has 5 minutes to do so, and he does not require a seconder, and there is no debate. So David Williams.
Chair, good morning and thank you. If I may, in moving the executive report, I just want to spend a little moment reflecting on the events of the last 24 hours, and in particular the government's decision to move Broxbourne, Hertsmere, Watford and Three Rivers district and borough councils to restriction tier 3. If I may, I'm just going to share my screen with you so that I can try and convey to colleagues and members and residents who might be watching this webcast. This is the so-called incidence rate for Hertfordshire as a whole. So this is the average per 100,000 people over the preceding 7 days. And you'll see that if I put my cursor over the screen, when we went into lockdown on the 5th of November, Hertfordshire as a whole had an incidence rate of 127. And then it took a little while whilst we went into lockdown for that then to turn around. On the 13th of November, we started then seeing a downward trend and a lowering of the incidence rate as the number of cases fell, until we got to a position on the 25th of November, which of course was before the end of lockdown, when the rate started going up again, which was obviously a concern for all of us. And you'll see from where we now are, ignore the little dip at the end of this chart, because the last couple of days data is always provisional. But you'll see where I've got my cursor now that on the 12th of December, we were at a rate of 223. So that was the picture for Hertfordshire as a whole, and that mirrored the position for the East of England. So I've put on the screen now the data for the East of England, and it also was in lockstep with London to a significant degree. So the inflection points there were happening just at about the same time. So the 14th, 15th of November, we reached London reached a peak, then it went down, but before the end of lockdown started going up again. If I take those off and then overlay the position for the 4 boroughs, I'm adding on the situation in Broxbourne, where you will see the most worrying trajectory of infection growth over recent days, such that on the 12th of December, Broxbourne was recording a rate of 539. And then I will add on Hertsmere, Three Rivers, and Watford. So, as we went through last week, we had a meeting with our MPs on Thursday. We had a meeting with the East of England Department for Health and Social Care team and the Public Health England team. And we were concerned about the trajectory, but it's become clear as we went into the weekend, saw the data from the end of last week, there was a very concerning position. It was moving in lockstep with London. London was a major concern, as were parts of Essex, and hence the decision taken by the Secretary of State yesterday that the 4 Hertfordshire districts and boroughs should join London and most of Essex in Tier 3. That becomes effective on just after midnight on Wednesday morning. The other thing I should,
David.
Thank you. The other thing that I was just going to add is that all of England's tier allocations will be reviewed on Wednesday, including the tier positions of the other parts of Hertfordshire that have not been moved into tier 3. In the meantime, we continue to focus on suppressing the virus, testing, tracing, strong communications to our communities. And of course, now we're looking at the prospect of vaccinations ramping up. There were vaccinations delivered at the Lister last week, and many GP practices are delivering them this week. So I thought that would be helpful to members, but I now move the executive report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So can I invite Council to receive the report and note the forward plan? Okay. Thank you, Council. Moving on to item 6B, motions arising from the executive report. There will be a 2-hour period for debate on the motions. If we get close to the 2-hour time limit, I will explain how the motion which is then under debate, or any that have not been moved, will be dealt with. And in the meantime, in relation to the motions below, the 2-hour period will start to run as soon as I invite the Liberal Democrat group to move the motion at 6B little I. So moving swiftly on then, can I invite Ron Tyndall to move the motion at item 6B little I? And Ron, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. When preparing for this meeting, I thought long over whether to concentrate on the motion or to widen my comments to give context to the absolute need for this council to recognise the urgency of the moment. I was persuaded to emphasise context by my awareness of the callousness of the Conservative golden boy, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and his abject failure to recognise the reality of the situation in social care in this country when, in his recent speech, he declared a pay freeze for the public sector except for health workers. Let nobody mistake me, I welcome recognition of those in the health sector, but where was the mention of those working tirelessly to comfort and care for our most vulnerable citizens? The acknowledgement of the way in which they faced infection and potential death, working in inadequate circumstances in the early days of the pandemic, often without adequate protection. But those who were being ignored were our paid workforce, and I was drawn to the report by Carers UK, Caring Behind Closed Doors, which highlighted the plight of the many thousands of informal, unpaid carers who have devoted themselves to looking after loved ones, and their reward from the Chancellor to be totally ignored when their efforts have contributed to the survival of the NHS. Indeed, many now face a pay cut. Without their efforts, the demands upon local authority social care would have been overwhelming and would have led to major failures of the care market, which would have adversely impacted on the NHS, endangering its survival at a time of national crisis. Of those surveyed by Carers UK, 2/3 were concerned about how they would cope with continued lockdowns. They are exhausted and worn out with worsening mental health, and over half experiencing physical difficulties. Indeed, a majority of those surveyed said they had not been able to take a break in the previous 6 months. And the government's response? To propose the removal of the additional £20 on universal credit, rather than, as this motion provides, give those in need an extra £20 per week. Having regard to the motion, this relies on a further report from Carers UK and particularly highlights the workplace and financial issues that many face. I'm pleased that this motion recognises the efforts of the Council to assist carers in direct comparison with the government. The first part of the recommendation is clear: to financially support carers. The second, to support carers and protect them against discrimination. I urge everyone to read both Caring Behind Closed Doors and Unseen and Undervalued, and ask all in this chamber to support this motion. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Can I invite Nigel Quinton to second, please?
Thank you, Colette. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Right, so is to open the debate, and can I invite Richard Roberts, lead speaker for the Conservative group, to speak? And Richard, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ron, thank you for opening introduction. He's done his homework, and some of this motion is to be commended. It recognises the devastating impact on so many who care for loved ones, either in their own homes or in other care settings, such as care and nursing homes. COVID has clearly robbed valuable contact time for many, many months now. PPE, screens and infectious lockdowns have made real life difficult for caring and care for. Ron's motion picks up on the report from Carers UK and our own winter plan. The Carers report, our own understanding from regular feedback, and the difficulty in operating normal services during COVID have revealed the perfect storm for carers. We recognise that, and that's why we've made carers a real focus of need this winter, including with our health and voluntary sector partners. The winter plan, with its focus on carers, has been commended across the region, supported cross-party at panel last month. Our COVID support, enhanced by the Chancellor's numerous grants, have helped provide a really beefed up and joined up response to support for as many in need as possible. The Sustain programme, Hearts Help, the Money Advice Unit, CAB, and numerous other charities supported from our Wellbeing Unit have shone throughout this pandemic, going the extra mile. The ongoing Sustain support, covered much of the above, is worth about £3.5 million until March, and next year I am seeking from the IP process more significant help to keep families and carers afloat as our economy and services rebalance. Ron rather spoils his motion by moving away from heartfelt concern for carers locally and launching into care workers' pay and national employees' rights, castigating the Chancellor and the government. We shall do no such thing, and for that reason I'm proposing that we oppose this motion. Conflating the very real difficulties for local carers with national party agendas during this pandemic is, to be honest, woeful. And while on pay, last year we put all of the additional 2% adult care precept into domiciliary home care wages. In total, some extra 19 million went into care pay. This year I want to see care worker pay raised again, exceeding the real living wage for all care workers. This will be a substantial bid into the IP process. As an aside, Ron's call for £1,000 a year uplift for Hertfordshire 109,000 carers would cost 109 million. Whilst I don't for one moment suggest that all carers will receive money, that's the scale of the issue for Hertfordshire. We do support through services and direct payments several hundred carers, and through our support for carers in Herts, make contact with some 40,000. In addition, through the Winter Support Grant, we will put 180,000 into families with benefits, 100,000 into food bank support, and 120,000 into supporting vulnerable adults. We've had meetings with Age UK, Carers in Herts and Alzheimer's Society to understand better the COVID challenges and help shape our carer visiting strategy. Whilst COVID has made day services and respite care difficult and often unused by families for the most obvious of reasons, staff have been keeping in touch with carers and ringing up to support. In addition, I am pleased at the increase in take-up of home respite from our contracts with Turning Point and look forward to working closely with Crossroad in the future. The reason we fund and work so closely with our VCS is to try to ensure that wherever possible, carers amongst others can access the benefits, allowances and services they're entitled to. This extends to digital support and our work rolling out assistive technology, which is a boon to carers and cared for. The co-production work, which Fiona is heavily involved in, is invaluable in ensuring carers' voice is heard and needs addressed when whatever services are commissioned. Whilst opposing Ron's motion, I notice sincerity in recognising the invaluable work of our staff, the voluntary sector and partners. In addition, I offer my deepest appreciation for all carers, 1 minute to go, for their help and compassion in looking after loved ones. I desperately hope that the current efforts to support testing and vaccinating will bring back some essential normality for all of us, but especially for those challenged by COVID in their caring roles. Thank you, Chairman. I move against Ron's motion.
Thank you, Richard. Could I now invite Dreda Gordon, lead speaker for the Labour Group, to speak? And you too have 5 minutes, Dreda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Labour Group will be supporting this motion, and we'd like to thank Carers UK for their publication in bringing to light the challenges faced by carers, particularly in this very difficult times of the pandemic. Now, the majority of adults, as it says in the report, at some time will care for a family member or friend. So carers are not a group of others, they are ourselves. There will be people amongst the council today who are involved in that very special role. And will understand the challenges that presents. Now, for my own personal experience, when I was teaching, I had to give up my full-time teaching job and take reduced hours so that I could play a part in looking after and supporting the network that was looking after my mother, who had a diagnosis for dementia. So I understand that those challenges very well, and not just short term, because of course that affected my long-term pension. And this isn't just about me, but I'm just using that as an example about the effects that caring and that very special role can have on people that are fulfilling that role. Now, of course, the pandemic has made those challenges extra difficult for carers because there have been further demands from people who require care, and it has also had an effect on carers' mental health and the fact that they haven't had access or such great access to respite care. Now, we have in Hertfordshire a very good record, and as Richard Roberts has mentioned, through our winter plan, there are good initiatives for supporting carers. But we need to go further than that. Government needs to recognise that this is an issue that requires further funding and requires a further initiative, if you like, from government. I appreciate that we're in difficult times, but various governments of all political persuasions, my own included, have kicked this down the road for far too long. And I think the pandemic has really shone the spotlight on the difficulties that carers in our community are facing more than ever. So we would support short-term practical implementation of the measures that are suggested in this motion, but we also need to look at the long term, and the failure of the green paper to emerge, giving a real outline for how funding is going to be promoted in the future for our care service, really needs to be addressed. So therefore, Chair, I'd like to just wind up on that point and reiterate that our group very much in favour of this, and let's hope there's action from government to reflect the good work that's going on at Hertfordshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Drina. Right, now I'd like to open to other speakers. Roma Mills.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I certainly support the Carers UK national campaign for an increase of £20 a week in carers allowance, which is currently paid at the rate of £67.25 per week. And to be eligible, you have to be caring for 35 hours a week or more. So you have to have a substantial caring role. And I would consider, and I think most people would agree, that that level of benefit is inadequate, given it is intended to replace the opportunity of full-time work. There are also issues with that benefit ceasing when you reach pension age, unless your pension is less than £67.25 per week. So many carers would also be asking for carers allowance to be extended, like other benefits are, like disability living allowance or personal independent payment, beyond pension age. I truly see that this is an important issue. Inevitably, it's an issue for government, it's an issue for manifestos. But what this council could do is look at the discretionary support it gives to carers in its own workforce. Does it provide paid carers leave, which is another issue that the Carers UK are campaigning on. So whilst this council cannot secure that £20 a week increase, it could look at its own discretionary employment rights given to unpaid family carers who seek to work and maintain work within the employment of the county council. I would also say that I agree with the aspiration that the social care workforce, care workers, should be treated equally with healthcare workers when it comes to not having their pay frozen next year. But I do regret that this motion confuses family carers who have no choice about their caring role and people who have chosen to go into paid employment. I'm not suggesting that the terms and conditions of those employments are good, but it confuses the people we're talking about. And another part of the Carers UK campaign is that family carers should be systematically identified so they can be given the support that's available to them, and that their profile should be raised. This motion confuses the two groups. If you wish to support them, please in future look at them as separate groups of people and raise their issues separately to be truly effective. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Roma. I'd now like to call Fiona Guest, and you have 3 minutes, Fiona.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think everyone here supports both unpaid carers and paid care workers in the work that they do. Richard Roberts very well highlighted the work that this council has done and is doing to support both family carers, unpaid carers and paid care workers, but there is a difference between the two. This motion is confusing. It does not make that difference. Whilst everyone here would support both carers and paid care workers, I could not support such a confusing motion.
Thank you, Fiona. John Hale.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the kind words both Councillor Roberts and the last speaker made about the support carers provide. both, as Roma said, those who do it as a paid job and those who, through family circumstances or friendships, do it as on a voluntary basis. And as Roma said, you know, the carer's allowance ceases when those people reach retirement age, which unfortunately does mean that it often puts an additional burden on those whose finances are precarious. I disagree with the comments made about the motion being confusing, and the fact that the speakers were able to distinguish between the comments in there about paid carers and what the motion then goes on to call for, which is for more support for those who do it on a voluntary basis, and for the government to enact what it said it was going to do. Surprising, because I think, you know, I find the motion, whilst it does include multiple aspects, because there is multiple aspects to caring, it's not, I think, confusing. I am very surprised that the administration is choosing not to support this motion. It has not got any financial implication other than the price of a stamp, as all it does is call upon the council to ask the government, which the Conservatives presumably support, to come forward with what the government said it was going to do in the respect of the Queen's speech. That's item B. And in the earlier item, it calls for something that I think councillors across this chamber have said, is that those people who do caring voluntarily need to be supported, because by supporting those people, we actually take the pressure off our social care service through the use of that voluntary amounts. And therefore I am disappointed. I did earlier say surprised, but actually, having been on this council now for almost 4 years, I find the Conservative group frequently doesn't fail to surprise me with their rather obscure manners of not supporting their own government. So I urge everybody to support this motion.
Thank you. Fiona Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been working with carers for many years, latterly as co-chair of the co-production board. We are making very positive progress, and now no decisions about carers are made without. The co-production board is an exemplar of carers' rights and has representation from many stakeholders, importantly carers in Hearts, and Roma has been very, very supportive and helpful with her advice on this. On a personal level, and also in my deputy exec role, I've been working with my MP, Sir Oliver Heald, and carers in raising issues with ministers, including financial concerns, not only whilst caring, but after the caring role ceases. These concerns have been acknowledged by government, and our work will continue with support from HCC. I've also been supporting residents carrying out their roles as independent carers in negotiating the sometimes complicated system to obtain financial support. Once again, our officers at HCC and our executive member have been supporting and extremely helpful here, and we have actually put in force a new communications programme so that all those in need are able to access the financial benefits they deserve and are entitled to before a crisis actually occurs. HCC is fully committed to supporting all our carers, and we know nationally and locally we could not survive in the way we do without them. This has been raised many times at cabinet panels, and letters have gone from those panels and from the senior leadership, both officers and members, in raising the importance of Green Paper and social care. I've raised carers' issues, and the work I'm carrying out has been agreed by all members when these have been raised at the cabinet panels. The motion is unclear. It does muddy the waters for those that do not understand the system totally, and it's unfair in as much as it acts as though the government and HCC are not aware and not doing anything about these concerns. I won't repeat all the comments made from the exec member or previous speakers, but fully endorse them, and will end by assuring all members and residents of our full continual commitment and appreciation for the invaluable work carried out by all our carers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Fiona. I'd now like to invite Nigel Quinton to exercise your reserved right. Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to just make clear, as I think John Hell also did, that this motion is not confused. It makes very clear that we're talking about two completely different sets of people, unpaid carers and paid carers. We could have gone to much greater length to make that clearer, but I don't actually think it's necessary, as John clearly made clear. It also distinguishes very clearly between the local situation and the national situation. And if Councillor Roberts had actually read it carefully, he would acknowledge, I'm sure, that we are only asking him and the administration to ask government for action on something we think is incredibly important. The government has consistently failed to recognise the role of carers or to fix the problem of funding social care, which affects both populations of carers. The failure of the Chancellor to protect wages in the sector and to continue to chase votes by highlighting the NHS over the caring population is to be regretted at the very least. But in Hertfordshire, we have done a very, very good job, and our motion speaks to that. The winter plan is good. The work being done by Adult Care and Public Health in support of this sector is excellent. Your own efforts, Richard, are much appreciated, as are those of Tim Hutchings in Public Health. So please don't pretend that we are trying to do something political here, attacking you. But there are national issues that need to be addressed, and I'm sure it is right for us to call them out. I welcome the contributions also from Dreda and Roma and from Fiona Hill. The work that she does on the co-production board, again, much appreciated. This is the right way to go. But whether it could be improved or not, I just find it amazing that the Conservative administration are using excuses like lack of clarity or specious complaints about the money involved.
1 minute, Nigel.
When all we are asking for is a letter to go to government, asking government to do the right thing, and for you, Councillor Roberts, and your colleagues to do your duty to speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Ron Tindall, you now have your right of reply and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge Councillor Fiona Hill and Councillor Richard Roberts' contributions, and I believe they are caring people. Indeed, we have worked closely together for some years on adult care services, and praise and his praise of the catalogue of actions by our officers in support of carers. But his contribution to the debate contained not one word in defence of the government's actions. Indeed, it is illuminating to note that, and that the only reason the Conservatives are voting against is a defence of the government. Indeed, it's the only thought one can have on this subject, and it's not a direct commentary on the motion. If you cannot, the motion is clear. It praises the officers of this council and condemns the government's lack of action. It calls for government to do something. If you cannot support, please, I ask all Conservative councils, look at yourselves, look at the motion. Now is the time to support carers, and at the very least abstain if you can't bear to vote for a Liberal Democrat amendment. This is a motion asking the government to do something. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Right, we've now moved to that point where we are going to be voting. And again, I can advise members to go into the chat function, and at the bottom right-hand corner, you will find the voting buttons and so on. And if you can't see it, then there we are. Just keep scrolling and it will appear.
Chair, can you hear me? Chair?
Yes, I can.
Because my screen keeps freezing every 30 seconds.
Oh,
we should
dear.
want this vote recorded as per, I can't get into the chat function. We should want this vote recorded as per the extraordinary meeting with the sheet, please. If you can hear me.
Right. Okay.
You're frozen, as is everyone else. This is the third time it's happened this morning.
Right. So can you hold on, please? I will sort this out, and then I'll get back to you. If members can just
Well, I don't think it's your problem, Chairman. It's not your fault, to be due to say.
right. Yeah, hold on.
I'm Chairman David Andrews here. I'm unable to vote in the.
All right. And what are they saying?
Sorry, Chairman, I've got no voting buttons either. It's Councillor D. Hart here. Sorry, I'm unable to vote.
Don't worry about it at the moment, Dee.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right. Can I ask everybody to try and use the voting form on the screen? If it's frozen for you, then come out of chat box and then go back in, and let's see how we can proceed, because I believe that is the issue with the voting. What's going on that has prompted Stephen's request, which I'm more than happy to do, but I think we should explore the option first to see whether we can get a successful vote.
That has worked for me, Chairman. David Andrews here. That's worked for me.
Thank you.
And me, Chair. Annie, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it worked for me too.
And me as well.
Right. Right, so in fact it is working. So Stephen, if you are having problems, can you use the chat box, please?
Muted.
Stephen, you're muted.
I think McCullough, his problem is he can't unmute.
Right, okay. Oh gosh, I'm incredibly
Sounds like
frustrated.
a plot to me. Sorry, that was Judy. Shouldn't have said
Judy,
it.
that was not helpful. You'll make Stephen.
Yeah, but we're all thinking it.
Nick Hollinghurst here. It looks as though my vote hasn't been registered.
We can check that in a moment, Nick.
Chairman, could I just say that my screen also froze and I came out of Teams, came straight back into it, and all was well.
Good,
so
thank
perhaps
you.
if you can get a message to Stephen, it took seconds, didn't take long at all.
Yeah. So Stephen, we're all wishing you well here. If you can come out of chat and come back in and then cast your vote. If you still have problems, then we will know if we haven't received your vote. And I can only apologise to you for the difficulties that you're experiencing. You're not alone, but we are actually managing to get through the voting process. Can you hold on a moment now while I just confer with officers?
I've done that. Thank you for that. I have disconnected and gone back in again. I now seem to be back in. This is the third time this has happened. It's not good. And we can't hear you, Colette, now.
I was just giving you my sympathy, Stephen, and just ploughing on there. Well done. At least your vote has been recorded. And we will, again, throughout this meeting, we're clearly there are issues for everyone. We'll just deal with them as they come, and we will just make sure that everybody can vote as and when. And clearly, there needs to be actions will be taken after the meeting. Let's put it that way.
Oh, that sounds ominous for someone.
Right. Right, I'm now going to close the vote, and the result so far is that I have had 24 voting against. Sorry, 4. Gosh, I've become a glitch myself now. 24 voting for and 64 voting against. Therefore, that motion falls.
64%.
It can't be 64, Chairman.
It's
64%. I'm so sorry.
43.
43. I clearly need the 5-minute break. But however, that vote for that motion has failed. And I will now call a 5-minute comfort break, and we can all go away, come back refreshed, and then I'll be calling the lunch break at 1:20. So please be back by 12:25. Thank you. Right, okay, next. Right, thank you. Right, welcome back, everybody. For the next instalment of this council meeting, we're moving on to the second motion, which is 6B, two little I's, and the Labour Group motion. And can I invite Joshua Bennett Lovell to move the motion? And Josh, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start before moving this motion with a special thanks on behalf of the Labour Group to all of our Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue staff, who amongst many others in the past 9 months have gone above and beyond to protect our communities. By driving ambulances, supporting the rollout of emergency protection measures, contributing to the wider community resilience work, all on top of incredibly demanding 24/7 jobs, they have demonstrated how vital they are to the safety of us all. I want to make clear that this motion is in no way a criticism of Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue staff, but a criticism of the system they are expected to work in, one that is pushing those staff into ever more dangerous conditions. Conditions, I add, that form the basis of the living conditions of everyone in Hertfordshire. However, it is with deep frustration that our group are again resorting to call on full council to reverse the damaging cuts that have been inflicted on our county fire and rescue service in the past many years. We refuse to stand by and watch this service squeezed. Staff called on to continue doing more with less whilst vital resources are starved from the service, or asked to do less overall, leaving us all at greater risk. This authority can afford to fund our frontline workers, including restoring the necessary fire and rescue staff whose numbers over the last 10 years have fallen by triple figures. Although I will add here that whilst Hertfordshire isn't alone in pushing these measures, many other authorities have been levelling down the conditions and safety of their staff. Hertfordshire County Council alone today has the opportunity to begin to reverse some of the damage that's been done, certainly before it's too late, and I implore council to do just that. Now, at the core of all of the problems facing councils today across the country is the question of austerity. We've had a decade of cuts from central government, leaving councils on the brink of collapse. And across the board, we've seen services reduced in quality and quantity. But how have these manifested themselves on the ground? With ever-stretched staff, stressed and overworked, with fewer colleagues for cover, instead of adopting the simplest answer to the crisis of workload and pressure, a major recruitment exercise to fill all required posts, our local fire and rescue staff, has been regularly de-scoped. De-scoped to the degree that now fewer firefighters are required to be on appliances attending fire incidents following changes made in 2018. De-scoped to the degree that appliances provided to tackle fires are being reduced in capability following those same series of changes. And de-scoped to the degree that now mandatory attendance of automatic fire alarms at night time for non-residential properties is set to be cancelled too, following trials, and trials that I would add that come with no clear pass or fail indicators. So whilst that is just a result of the last 2 to 3 years of changes, I'm sure plenty of further cuts to the scope has happened prior to this. Now, although there are several of us here who are on the community safety panel, for the benefit of those who are not, we're regularly reminded that in fire safety, we should be recruiting and resourcing the service based on risk. That means that even for rare events, our fire and rescue service must have sufficient capacity to cope with damaging threats to life or assets. Surprisingly then, and particularly for a county that in many other respects appears highly risk averse, more and more decisions are being made that are placing firefighting staff at even greater risk. And subsequently, that risk is being passed on to our local communities and organisations. Decisions that reduce the number of firefighters that attend incidents and the rapidity with which firefighters are expected to arrive at an incident have life and death implications. This remains true even in situations where people may not even reside within buildings that are ablaze. The longer a fire is left, the larger it grows, and the larger the fire, the greater the risk to those putting it out. It really is that simple. Non-attendance of any automatic fire alarms comes with these dangerous risks. Reducing the crewing of fire appliances comes with these dangerous risks. We're told that these decisions are made to spread resource where it is needed most, but this is approaching the problem from entirely the wrong direction. Instead of responding to pressures on the service by heaping extra risk on fire and rescue staff, we should be confronting the pressure with resource, ensuring that we have enough staff and sufficient equipment to vehicles to cope with all incidents that can arise.
1 minute, John.
That is the meaning of resourcing to risk. Thank you. Not cutting our scope and resourcing to fit. Underneath all of this, however, lies one contradiction, and that's for the last 10 years, government has been starving councils of money and support, exacerbated this year, I add, by the fallout from coronavirus. But this does not mean that this council cannot achieve what is called for in this motion. We have the funds required, and by demanding a settlement from the government, we can guarantee these in the longer term. That can ensure that within the next year, Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service can be re-expanded to the far higher recruitment levels of 2010 with a whole 100 staff more. Those staff can ensure that we're able to respond to all automatic fire alarms, that we can have at least firefighters on all large appliances, and that we can begin to manage the stresses, strains, injuries and illnesses that come with working in the fire service in the long term. And ultimately that we can fully protect the public of Hertfordshire and the fire and rescue staff who put their lives on the line every day for us. Hertfordshire Council can and should fund our front line, invest in our local service.
You're out of time.
Please support this motion.
You're out of time, Joshua. Okay, thank you. Right. Who is your seconder?
Nigel Bell.
Nigel, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Chair. I second our motion and reserve my right to speak in a minute.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Terry Hone, lead speaker for the Conservative Group, and you have 5 minutes, Terry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the motion. Over recent years, the number of fires attended by our fire and rescue service has decreased by about 50%, partly due to tremendous work of prevention work done by fire and rescue service. As agreed, that the integrated risk management plan was put together includes a trial crewing of a smaller vehicle at Watford, in addition to the existing 2 full-size appliances and an aerial ladder platform as well. This trial required 12 additional firefighters. We're looking to enhance our investment in prevention as well, and to ensure consistent delivery programme and support the operational crews. So an additional 2 youth engagement officers are required. They will be responsible for working with the stations, districts, and on delivering schools education packages to both primary and secondary schools, as well as delivering the fire cadets, the fire setters, and supporting the well-respected Prince's Trust. We continue public sector budget pressures with them. The use of the third sector will be vital in delivering our services in order to be able to fully support the volunteers and get the best from the available resources we have, and to ensure that the schemes is able to grow. To propose to introduce a new post of a dedicated volunteer manager. He's not volunteer or she's not volunteer. The services that she's looking at, he or she is looking at, is a volunteer. Firefighters are now attending a much wider range of incidents, I agree. This means their experience is spreading more thinly. They therefore need more training in more realistic environments. There are currently 13 instructors at the Jessa in Stevenage delivering operational training. The agreed changes in crewing on appliances places an even greater premium on well-trained and suitably prepared firefighters and responders, which can be delivered through an enhanced training programme alongside the additional investment in Jessa, significant investment in Jessa we're looking to do. And that's delivered by increased numbers of in our training staff. So we'll be looking to increase the number of the current cadre instructors with a proposal for each of the 5 fire and rescue operational districts to each be supported by an additional local training officer at Watch Command A level. So that's another 5 operational district supporters. The service has recently made significant investment, I might add, in virtual reality software and goggles to enhance the operational training experience and provide a mobile capacity which can be used on station. A support officer to deliver and develop training packages would maximise the use of this capability and further enhance vital operational training. So that's what we're going to have. We're going to put additional support officer in there. We recognise that case. As you can see, we are investing in both the number and training of our firefighters and the number of support staff that we have. Those firefighters today, this morning at 2:20, 12 fire appliances attended a fire at Ashley Court in Hatfield. So we could put out 12 appliances at 2 o'clock in the morning. We have resources. They are there. Our firefighters respond to the needs of the community. That was demonstrated the early hours of this morning. So I therefore cannot support the motions being put before us. And I've demonstrated that we are investing in the firefighters that we have in Hertfordshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Can I invite the lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, who will be?
John Hale.
John, off you go. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I'd like to pick up on Terry's comments just now about the work that was done by our firefighters early this morning in Hatfield. I understand a number of residents were rescued, and my thanks. I think the whole council should thank our firefighters for yet again their sterling work in yet again a care home. This time with, hopefully a better outcome. And that's just a good example of how our fire service continues to provide both an outstanding and vital service. This has been especially true over the last few months, as Joshua referred to, with the additional service actions they've taken on with COVID, including, as Joshua mentioned, the crewing of ambulances. And as councillors may recollect from when the risk management plan, the integrated risk management plan first came to council, I have had significant concerns about the plan at the stage, and I continue to still have concerns about it. However, I find this motion, I'm not going to be able to support this motion for a number of reasons. It refers to the rising threat from fire incidents, but how the number of fires has been reducing year on year for many years now, and the severity of those fires has also fortunately been reducing. The trial in respect of not responding to automated fire alarms has not been completed. We don't know what that is going to show, and we have had assurances from the officers that should it look as if it is a step backwards, that the trial would be aborted. It fails to provide any justification for increasing officers. As Councillor Terry Hone has said, there are increases going on in the staffing, etc., and those increases are there to deliver specific services, not just say, oh, we need more fire officers. It doesn't say why we need more fire officers. More could be done, I will say, in respect to safe and well visits, but the reduction in those has been largely driven by the constraints put on the service by COVID. But there was more risk-based inspections were carried out in 2019-20 than the previous year, and as I've already said, the number of fires, etc., is reducing. There is a risk about road traffic collisions. There are more of those, and those are largely driven by apologies for that, using that word. Those are largely the result of too many drivers driving too fast on our roads, and that is an education that needs to be taken place. So while I believe we should always be looking to improve the fire and rescue services, and I know that it's something that our residents will always say that they would like to have more firemen, I think we need to, on this occasion, unfortunately, we will be abstaining on this motion as we don't feel it is sufficiently well thought through.
Thank you, John. I'd now like to open up to other speakers, and Simon Bloxham, you have indicated.
Yes, thank you. It does seem that I always seem to say something when fire service are mentioned in the council meeting. I promise I will talk about something else at some stage later today. But I actually do want to say some words on this, because actually what Josh had started to do with this was quite good, where he brings up the concern about the attendance at fire alarms that activate. And I brought this up actually at the Community Safety and Waste panel meeting, and it was supported by a number of Conservative councillors as well. But I went away from that actually quite sort of happy that what is going to happen is a trial, and that we'll get a fair go at this and a fair crack of the whip to see if this is an appropriate measure to take, which is what I think the Fire and Rescue Service in Hertfordshire are doing for all the measures that they're taking because of the IRMP. What I think lets this motion down is yet again we're asked to consider what happened in 2010 and how great things were there when we had more people, not just in the fire service, but I hear this quite often with many other things like our nurses and things like that. I don't know what was so great about 2010. Certainly numbers of fires that we've already had on 2 accounts is that fires and incidents that we responded to has gone down. And I know there's new roles for the fire service being looked at the moment and being used for medical assistance and things like that. But the role of the fire service has changed, and the firefighter has certainly changed. And I think I can't support this. The only thing in 2010 that I know that happened was we had an election and we got rid of one government and got a far better one that is managing the fire and rescue service appropriately, as far as I can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Right, are there any other speakers on this item? No indications, no hands up. Therefore, I'm going to invite Nigel Bell to exercise his right. Nigel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I note many of the other comments, and I thank and note what Terry said, obviously, about the firefighters last night and what they did. And I think we all applaud them, and same as what John Howe said. But I still think, despite what, and I respect the fact that Simon Bloxham is a former firefighter, but I still think it was very complacent what he said. I think it's vital that we back our firefighters with our motion here. And he wants to go back to 2010. I wasn't going to make it party political, but I still think it's shocking to be reminded of those figures of a net reduction of 12% and 101 staff since 2010 from our fire and rescue service. I realise that their nature of their work has changed, but I still think those are shocking figures. We need to ramp up recruitment and retention, as Josh said earlier, so that our hard-working staff, as well as our residents, are properly reassured that they're properly protected. And I think the key point that we've said is that to return to that standard crewing model of 5 firefighters per engine, which would restore those high standards we so desperately need. And it's all very well saying this is an experiment. I understand that about the alarms, but we should be thinking of the future. It's no good just saying to power back. We've had all that for the last 10 years. So I really do think that to keep those high standards and to support our fire service, we need to support this motion and to show that, what we feel about what's happened over the last 10 years. And it really is important that we back our service. So I fully back our motion here. And it's disappointing that the Liberal Democrats are going to abstain on this as well, I must say. Thank you.
Oh, I've come out of the meeting.
You're okay now.
Well, it's not telling me that. Right.
You're back.
Definitely back. I can see
I'm still here.
Thank you.
Not sure if I'm taking over or not.
No, I think
Right, I am back in.
Oh, great.
Can you hold a second? Just want to check something procedural. If I wasn't
Colette, you're unmuted.
God, this system is rubbish.
Okay, I was just checking that I am allowed to carry on, even though I missed about 10 seconds or so of the debate, and I'm assured by our officers that I am. So, could I ask Joshua Bennett Lovell to exercise your right of reply, Josh, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, I do want to thank those present who will be supporting the motion. Clearly, it's very disappointing that it looks like most people won't be. And I don't think there's a great deal that I want to add to what I've already said in my opening remarks, but there's a few points I want to come back on. I think, firstly, this issue of threats from fires, I find it increasingly worrying that despite the fact that at 2 a.m. this morning, as the executive member pointed out, a major incident did have to be responded to. So members seem to imply that the risk on those staff is reduced, but that simply isn't the case. If we've got fewer staff attending that incident, where are the rest of them if anything else crops up? Okay, so why do we need more fire officers? Because those are precisely the risks that are being raised on the staff by this authority. That be and look, the reductions in the scope of their work has resulted in these increased risks to those staff who are on call. I think further, we do actually have a crisis in the retention of those who we employ. You know, a crisis that can be solved with more staff on the ground. Now, I want to stress that in my seconding of the climate motion earlier, I said that air quality, food, water are all things that you can't put a price on, and neither can you put a price on health and safety. And I worry that's the road that we're going down here. This authority can commit today to support the raising of the standards locally and reverse the decade-long decline as a result of national government-led austerity. Now, the executive member is right to cite the training requirements and improvements of firefighting staff locally. And I'd like to think that he's recognised whenever these have been raised that we have vocally supported those. We are absolutely in support of these upgrades to training facilities, and so too the support staff that have been recruited more recently in this regard. But overall, we still need more fire officers. It's certainly my view, and it's the view of our group, that the executive member can and should support this call, and himself call on the national government to provide us a substantially improved settlement for councils in the coming year and into the future to ensure that we can meet this demand. And actually, if the government refuses to provide that money, then I think it's on this authority to ensure that it can do that anyway. We can afford to increase our staff by 101 as required, and this. Thank you. So we can afford to increase the number of staff by this level. Now, I want to remind people here that in 2018, councillors might remember in response to the 5 to 4 crewing situation, we had dozens of firefighters join us in the chamber, only to then witness the ruling party deny them a very basic safety right by maintaining the crewing levels that they were currently at. This issue hasn't gone away and continues to leave them at higher risk. Now, today, everyone here present has the opportunity to put this issue right, okay? Hertfordshire Council can and should fund the front line, invest in our local fire and service in the way that's outlined, in vital fire and rescue staff. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Right, we will now move to the vote. And if you've put on your chat screens and you find the panel there. I can't get my... There we are. It should be loading now. Right, here we are. So we've got the Labour group motion there. So remember to put your press against the for, the against, or the abstain, and then the submit button. Right, can you just, if you haven't got a voting function, if you just come out of chat and go back in, that should bring it up. And remember, you do have to keep scrolling up or down. And it's 6B, 2 little I's, the Labour group motion. Sorry, I've got people in the chat box. It doesn't help unless you're absolutely unable to register your vote. Can you please take the actions I've asked you to do, which is to come out of your chat function and then go back in, and it'll load it. Give it a second or two. Don't worry, there's no time pressure on this. Just let's see if we can get as many votes in using the correct method as possible. While appreciating that some of you might not be able to. So I'm going to close the vote. I've now had 67 responses. For the motion, 8. Against the motion, 44. And 15 abstentions. Therefore, that motion fails. Right, moving on then to 6B, 3 little I's. Can I invite Steve Jarvis to move the motion on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group? And Steve, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay this time?
Yes, I can.
Adjust my sound. Members will be aware of the level of public support for more widespread 20-mile-an-hour limits. And may not be aware that in September the United Nations backed the use of actually 30 km/h, but that's the same as 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, as part of its declaration of a decade for action on road safety. And of course, across Britain, there are many councils that have made 20-mile-an-hour limits the default in residential areas: Portsmouth, Oxford, Bristol, Islington, Lancaster, and several more. And indeed, Hertfordshire did a lot of work in the last couple of years on the place and movement characteristics of roads, identifying roads that might be suitable for 20-mile-an-hour limits, and had a lot of discussions with members and officers about the more widespread introduction of those. So it's particularly disappointing that yesterday the Cabinet agreed an updated speed management strategy that will actually reduce the number of 20-mile-an-hour limits that can be installed in Hertfordshire and increase the cost of those that are. It used to be the case that there was a requirement for 90% of the roads to have an average of less than 25 miles an hour. The council then consulted people on getting rid of the 90% and changing it to 100%. And then, having received the results of the consultation, which didn't indicate that was desirable, then proceeded to introduce a strategy that reduced the cut-off point still further. So we've got a situation where we have significant support, significant number of councils across Britain introducing more widespread 20-mile-an-hour limits at a lower cost in order to improve road safety, and Hertfordshire is going in the other direction. Now, there are undoubtedly roads which are not suitable for 20 miles an hour, and the council has, as I mentioned earlier, done a piece of work to identify those that are and those that aren't, but has then thrown that work away and gone back to essentially a position similar to that it had before, but made more difficult to by making the barrier higher. Now, we'll no doubt hear that there are going to be some provisions made in the integrated plan to fund some measures to increase places where 20 mile an hour is introduced. But nowhere near sufficient prominence has been given to alternatives to physical measures. And it will in any case increase the cost and inevitably reduce the number of locations where these limits should be introduced. So what I would like to do is to ask, as set out in the motion, for the executive to reconsider the decision that was made yesterday, to reconsider the fact that actually we shouldn't be taking steps to make it more complex, more difficult and more expensive to introduce a measure that will make our roads safer. We should be looking at ways that we can do that more simply, at lower cost and in more places. So I'd like to propose the motion as set out in the order paper, calling for that.
Right. Thank you, Steve. Can I ask Stephen Giles Medhurst to second, please?
Right, I formally second reserve my right to speak later. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And moving on in the debate, can I invite Phil Bibby to speak on behalf, lead speaker for the Conservative group, and you have 5 minutes, Phil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned that the Lib Dems have chosen to put forward this motion, but not surprised. They've listened to all the arguments on why the speed management strategy on 20 mph limits has been written in the way it has, which is primarily down to safety concerns. But they still insist that we relax the criteria and encourage inappropriate and unenforceable limits. Are we to assume that they are willing to compromise safety for the sake of political ambitions? But please be assured, Madam Chair, that I will not allow that to happen. Briefly, the arguments are thus. Limits need to be in line with existing speeds, appropriate for the road and surrounding environment, and encourage self-compliance. Signs alone do not reduce speeds. It is the characteristics of the road. Deviation from these principles results in drivers consistently exceeding limits. Residents feel unsafe because of this. Police regard them as non-compliant, so won't enforce, and we lose their confidence and support. There has been extensive research by Atkins for the DFT confirming the following. The criteria we use based on DFT guidance are appropriate. Installing 20 mph limits will reduce speeds by only less than 1 mph on average. In their evaluation in 2010, the major scheme in Portsmouth revealed that since implementation in 2007-8, speeds had reduced by a mere 1.3 mph, but of more concern, there were 19 sites where speeds still exceeded 24 mph. Separate data shows KSI is increasing across the town, including in the new 20 mph zones. We have a local example where a scheme in Hitchin was introduced under the previous 10% rule. This has meant that some roads have seen minimal, if any, speed reduction. Residents are expressing concern as they feel unsafe, so presented a petition recently. A police speed survey recorded average speeds of 29 mph on one road and high speeds in excess of 30 mph. It is now likely that engineering measures will need to be retrofitted, but we await our own speed data collection. This is a prime example of a 20 mph area not actually reducing speeds. I'd like to answer the specific points tabulated in the motion. A, yes, costs will increase, but we will always favour the most cost-effective option. That is why I announced at panel that we were bidding into the IP for a not insubstantial sum to facilitate viable schemes. I can now advise the council that I am bidding for £7 million over 4 years. B, the only way the SMS is more restrictive than that consulted upon is that we have changed the cutoff from 25 to 24 mph. This is to ensure that consistency with DFT guidelines, and I'm sure the odd 1 mph will make little difference. C, this is incorrect. Yeah. Section 10.2 includes roundels and road markings as an engineering measure, as does Appendix K. SIDs are detailed fully in Section 11, including the noting of their effective reduction of main speeds by around 2 mph. Education is detailed in Section 13. D, this is incorrect. Section 5.2.3 identifies how the place and movement category may be used as a preliminary indicator for speed limits, which is expanded upon for the purpose of 20 mph areas in 6.3. It's interesting that our SMS agreed by Cabinet on Monday is being attacked from two sides, the Lib Dems and 20's Plenty. True to form, the Lib Dems seem to be pandering to the local vocal minority, but I prefer to look at realities and lead the administration's desire to produce a sound strategy with road safety and active travel the overriding principles. And I'm comforted by the fact that 52% of respondents agree with us, the silent majority, and only 34% disagreed. If Steve Jarvis thinks that I'm going back to Cabinet with an unsafe strategy, he needs to think again. But when going to the press and writing election propaganda, criticising the Tories of blocking 20 mph areas, please be open with your readers and do not hold back the whole truth, which is that we are encouraging viable schemes subject to them actually reducing speed to safe levels. Thank you, Madam Chair, but I will not be supporting this motion.
Right. Thank you. Asif Khan, lead speaker for the Labour Group. And Asif, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We shall be supporting this amendment. And I think it's time that the Council takes and brings all its policies together and puts them into place. It can't, on the one hand, argue that it's going to try to make our roads safer, make them environmentally more friendly, at the same time when policies that make roads more safety, that have a positive impact on air quality, that have a positive impact on the environment and make our roads safe are voted down, making it more difficult, and then at the same time talk about trying to deal with the environmental challenge that exists across the whole world. I'm a believer of a default 20 miles per hour zones and then evidence given the opposite. My own personal experience as a county council is one of the most frustrating ways of trying to get 20 miles per hour zones in areas that absolutely need them. And the amount of frustration, the time that it takes, the expense that it's going to cost to get them implemented is something which is not only frustrating as a councillor, but frustrating for residents who do require these 20 miles per hour zones to be implemented. It seems as though instead of reducing traffic speed, it's actually reducing the whole process of getting these safety zones and 20 miles per hour zones into place. I think the council does need to rethink and make sure that these policies are in line with what it's actually trying to achieve, making our roads safer, making our roads more environmentally friendly, and the air quality improving. So I will be backing this, and our group will be backing this amendment.
Thank you, Asif. And now we have quite a long list of speakers, so I'm going to call first Sandy Walkington, and you have 3 minutes, Sandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I must say, listening to Councillor Bibby, I'm reminded of the old adage that there's only one reason for doing something and all the rest are reasons for doing nothing. And, you know, he quoted Atkins. I mean, Atkins seems to be one of these infinitely extensible reports where you find what you want to find in it, a bit like, I guess, sort of holy books or whatever. Because when I read the Atkins report, I think the interesting thing was that when they did their different case studies, they particularly looked at a large one in Brighton, which was a broad area speed management zone, including main roads. And hey presto, actually, that had quite a significant cut in speed and also a significant cut in accidents, i.e. the thing that we're always told you can't do because you must keep main roads faster, if you actually get an overall sense of what the speed is. So you go to London boroughs, some of which of course are Conservative controlled, or you go to other big cities in the country, some of which are Conservative controlled, and you see wide area 20 mph schemes. And are the roads engineered? No, they're not. I mean, in Oxford, there's a road called the Broad. The clue's in the name. It's a 20 mph zone. It's not covered with chicanes or speed bumps or whatever. People know that is the presumption. And when Councillor Bibby talks about vocal minorities, I mean, these are residents groups that we deal with. I absolutely echo Asif's frustration. You know, we have residents groups representing areas desperate for speed reductions, and it is incredibly difficult to do it because we have to fund it out of our locality budgets, and you just can't do it. I was on a call last night with 3 residents groups in my patch who all 3 were echoing the need for 20 mph. That's not a vocal minority. Those are groups representing the entire local population. As Steve Jarvis said in his opening remarks, we're not saying that all roads should be 20 mph. Of course, clearly some will continue to be 30 or even higher speeds, but there has to be much more flexibility and willingness to be creative and actually find ways to achieve what the people of Hertfordshire who talk to me actually want for their urban environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Now, there's a great deal of interest in this debate. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 9 speakers already registered to speak. Could I ask each of you, therefore, to be the soul of brevity and non-repetitiveness in the interest of everybody being able to speak if we possibly can. Okay, so Simon Bloxham, you're up next.
Thank you, Colette. I'll do some fast talking. This is something different than the fire service, but still accident related. I am not in favour of 30 mile an hour zones at all, 20 mile an hour zones at all, because I don't believe they work. I really liked what Councillor Phil Bibby said about characteristics of the road. I can't believe that Councillor Walkington would say that everybody in Oxford obeys the rule of law and will go at 20 miles an hour in these zones, because it just doesn't happen. We've had some work done on this where some well-intentioned members of the public used police materials to record speeding rates, and they found that 75% of the people that went over the speed limit were the self-same people that lived in that area. Still happen.
Someone else is frozen.
Right. Simon, your microphone has frozen. Can you?
I think he's frozen completely.
Right, okay. In which case I'm going to move on to Dreda Gordon, and then we'll allow Simon to come back in when he's unfrozen. Dreda, can you go, please? Simon, are you okay?
Yes, all finished. Thank you very much. Don't know what's wrong with the computer.
Right, okay. Dreda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I too am enormously disappointed disappointed at Cabinet's decision, because as other speakers, Sandy Walkington and the movers have said, this is enormously popular amongst our residents, and it's probably one of the things that I get contacted most about is improvements and measures to help reduce speeding in residential areas, and I think that is important. We're talking about in residential areas, and I will echo the disappointment too that if we do want any schemes put within our divisions, generally that has to come out of our HLB, and they are not insignificant in costs. Now, as many other members will have implemented over the years, I've asked my traffic engineer to do speed and data surveys, and interestingly enough, they come back, and quite often the speed results are that people are not going much, if anything, over the 30-mile limit. And I was speaking about this with a local police officer, and he said to me, yes, but of course you realise that 30 miles an hour is quite fast. So whilst we've been inured, if you like, over the years to accept the 30-mile limit, I would think that it would be useful for us to actually ponder on that and recognise that perhaps 30 is too fast. Now, Phil Bibby says, well, you know, we can't police it. Well, could I suggest that the London boroughs have a way of policing this? Many of them have installed cameras, and miscreants, people breaking that 20-mile-an-hour ruling, have been fined £50. So there might be a measure that we could introduce and actually raise some revenue so we can put some more 20-mile-an-hour zones into place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dreda. Maurice Bright.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. I think we have to be very wary of raising residents' expectations and not delivering. Very often residents want things, and it's up to us as their community representatives and leaders to sit down, understand what it is they need and what it is they want and what will actually work. And those are not always the same thing. And it's very easy to raise expectation and not to deliver. And there'll also be those people who will tell you that 20-mile-an-hour zones can work very well, but you have issues at either side because people speed up. They're either speeding up to get out of them, or they're suddenly slamming on their brakes to get into them, and that can cause issues as well. County is responsive, been very responsive with me. We had an issue outside Shenley Primary School. It was concerning us for quite some time. It was when I was in Florida a couple of years ago. I saw the flashing lights that they have outside the schools there, which basically says at these times of the day, you will go at this speed. If you get caught, it's twice the fine. And we managed to put those up. Now, they're not enforceable as such because we haven't gone through that process, but it is working. The lights do flash at certain times of the day. The drivers, the parents, the residents are respecting it, and it's been very effective. So we've taken residents on the journey in Shenley, and hopefully they're on safer speeds. So what I would say is that Hertfordshire does respond. It's up to us to try and work out what's best for our own areas, fight for it when we need to, but please, we must make sure that residents understand what is achievable and what actually works. And on that basis, I think we can do more and we can do it well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Nick Hollinghurst.
Unmute me. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Right.
I can hear you.
Good, thank you. Look, 20-mile-an-hour zones do not work 100%, it's quite clear. But they don't make the roads any more dangerous. All the criticisms against 20-mile-an-hour could be made against 30-mile-an-hour or a 40-mile-an-hour limit or whatever. The fact is compliance is not good, but everybody is happy when one is introduced. The small minority in Harpenden who are objecting to the 20-mile-an-hour zone are very much a minority. Most people, once they have the 20-mile-an-hour zones, are happy for it. You get a quieter neighborhood. People have more confidence to walk around, cycle and play. We get smoother traffic flows. This reduces fuel use. It reduces exhaust gases. It reduces tire and brake dust. it improves air quality. And the fact that somebody is doing 23 miles an hour in a 20 mile an hour limit is not a problem, really. It's far better than they come down from 30 to 23 than not. And with regards to the numbers quoted about the speed reduction of -1 mile an hour survey, yes, that is absolutely true. If the traffic is going around about 20 miles an hour anyway, you can expect it to drop to 19. But if the traffic, in the same report, if the traffic is doing something like 24, 25, 26, you can expect a drop of between 7 miles an hour and 9 miles an hour. And that's without cameras. So it does have an effect. People do notice it. People do appreciate it. And we now have some new low-profile speed tables, which were introduced in Tring when we introduced our 20 mile an hour zone over the west of the town.
1 minute.
The good news is these new low-profile speed tables are much more acceptable than the speed cushions. I haven't had a single complaint in 2 years. So there we are. It's worth doing. We should keep it up. We shouldn't make it more difficult.
Thank
Please.
you, Nick. Judy Billing.
Thank you, Chair. I've had a quiet sort of morning this morning, but I really can't keep quiet about the subject of 20 mile an hour zones, and particularly after the absolutely disgracefully insulting and inappropriate speech of Councillor Bibby. It took 6 years to get agreement and a lot of locality budget funding for 25 streets in Hitchin North. And I started that work before I became a county councillor in 2011. In 2017, April, the signs were put up. Of those 25 streets, Councillor Bibby has had to be involved in the problems of one street. The other 24 are still deeply grateful that they have that level of comfort to know that even if cars are not going at 20 miles an hour, they're going at very little more than that, and that people are feeling generally safer. I was really thrilled to become part of the members' advisory group on the emerging speed strategy, thinking that it would really move us forward, and not imagining for 1 second that any local authority could possibly want to make it more difficult to lower speeds in the places where our people live. Are they vocal minorities? I don't think the people I represent, who are desperate about the safety of their families, can possibly be described as vocal minorities. They're the people I represent. They're the people I'm proud to represent, and I will not have them insulted in that way. The outcome of this piece of work is so desperately disappointing, and so in the realms of dinosaur. I go on buses through London, through huge streets, which are happily designated as 20 mile an hour zones. It's not a difficult thing to do. And where problems arise, they need to be looked at as individual problems, not as a reason for not helping our populations to become safer. I cannot believe that this promising piece of policy work has ended so badly. And I really do urge the whole of the County Council to say it's not difficult for us to encourage people to drive more slowly in our residential areas, and we really must support the people that we represent in taking this forward and not retracting into an old-fashioned, outmoded view that the people don't actually know what's best for them when it comes to feeling safe on their own roads.
Thank you. Margaret Eames Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I want to agree with everything Judy just said. But I actually was going to talk about traffic enforcement and cameras and how much they cost, because obviously, I mean, Maurice Bright has just said, when you have flashing lights and people think they're being caught and that they have been caught as speeding, they then slow down. Now, I did a little bit worry about what Maurice said about that it wasn't very it was a bit disingenuous down in his area, because they weren't really enforcing it, but the cars thought it was being enforced. And I actually think you have to be a bit careful about that. But I have noticed I've put in SIDS and they have had an effect on slowing traffic to 30 miles an hour, because it's an interaction with the cars, I believe. And I just think we need to be a little more intelligent. And I totally agree with all the other speakers to say we do need to reduce the speed of cars in our built up areas, especially around schools. And not all our schools in Hatfield have yet got 20 mile an hour speed limits on them. And I think there should be. And I think we need to work at how we get it enforced rather than giving up. It's ridiculous to just give up. And some of them have got traffic calming. Some of them haven't. And in fact, in the traffic calming areas, I would say that the residents expect there to be 20 mile an hour speed limits, and there aren't. The cars expect there to be 20 mile an hour speed limits. And unfortunately, if there isn't, they tend to take liberties, and that can be very dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Watkin.
Thank you very much, Colette. I just wanted to add one extra point which hasn't really come out, and that is this fact that the present system just results in complete lack of consistency. So drivers really don't know when they're going down one street, which looks like it could be 20 miles an hour and it's not, and then they go down another street is 20 miles an hour. So no wonder they speed in one and not in the other. And I, as a local county councillor, have worked really hard to introduce 20 mile an hour schemes in my area. I would love to have seen the Watford Council's motion, which was agreed absolutely universally by all councillors, that the borough should become a 20 mile an hour town or zone. I'm not sure the exact technical term. This has been completely ignored. And the problem I now have is that indeed there are some streets which look fine and are ready to be 20 mile an hour zones, but can't be because I've got one road in the area that's too fast, but other areas where it is in place. So my drivers around here are confused as to what they should be. Please can we have consistency? Please can we look for a much greater urban strategy which gives everybody clarity and none of this picking around as we seem to be at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Nigel Quinton.
Hello again. Yes, like Judy, I've been moved to speak by Councillor Bibby, not for the first time. Phil, your own officers advise us as councillors that the new strategy will not make it any easier to bring in 20 mile an hour zones in our areas. I think you should just go back and talk to your team and find out what they really think, because they've made it absolutely clear to me this is not going to make any difference as it's currently worded. And just to go back, you mentioned, I think, that 20 mile an hour zones are more dangerous. Where did that come from? Maybe when you get your right to reply, you can answer that question. Because my recollection from the panel discussion the other week was that this was based on a single incident. I can't remember where it was, where a lorry actually caused some fatalities in a 20 mile an hour zone, but it was nothing whatsoever to do with the limit. So to continue peddling this nonsense is unforgivable. We need a much greater willingness on your part to listen to residents. They are not vocal minorities. My postbag is almost entirely dominated by the following issues: potholes, flooding, and speeding. They're all issues in your remit, Phil. Please take some action.
All right, thank you, Nigel. Phil Williams.
Yeah, hi. Sorry I haven't got a camera. I'm not on Herts County Council kit, but I hope you can all hear me all right. Like Judy, like Nigel, it was that speech that made me want to speak. It was full of falsehoods. I'd like to know where the information came from. If he can't provide the facts of where they came from, could he withdraw the statement? A vocal minority. He carried out, or his team carried out, a survey in Chorley Wood, which was a 20 mile per hour zone survey, which showed the residents were in favour of the scheme. It was the Residents Association mounted a campaign to vote against the scheme, and they still failed. They were the vocal minority. The vocal minority are the people who don't want the scheme, such as Councillor Bibby. I really think that you should go back and talk to your team, get some facts, come back to us and present the facts as they are, not your interpretation. You are getting your party to vote against this on your lies. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Eric Buckmaster.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Having heard the negative comments made by those supporting this motion, my instinct is that they simply don't reflect the very well considered and systematic approach taken by the speed management strategy as developed through the members advisory group and debated at panel. And some of the comments today seem irresponsible to me. Phil has already given his response, and having heard the negative comments, I'd like to bring us back to the purpose of the strategy. For me, it certainly provides a framework to ensure a road or area is in keeping with its environment and function and can be costed in an appropriate way. It certainly is closely linked to the place and movement strategy. It's transparent, consistent, and removes ambiguity. It helps identify suitable places. It has information on the measures that can be used, and it asserts that the environment at appropriate speeds need to be understood, and ideally with a high degree of self-compliance, and above all to do so for reasons of safety, as has already been said. To respond to Nigel Quinton's comments, I say that the wrong speed for the wrong conditions can be dangerous. We all know the frustration experienced by residents where speed limits are routinely exceeded. I agree public education and awareness is an important element. As Phil said, signs alone may not be the answer in some places, and we can't compare ourselves with large urban areas like London where conditions can be managed differently. But the executive members' comments on additional funding are really positive and very welcome. Recently in my division, I've actually had a TRO issued for a 20-mile-an-hour area for a third of the town of Sawbridgeworth. I had considerable public support for it, and I do agree it's popular, and it didn't take me a long time to do it, just a matter of months. I'm interested in positively exploring possibilities for more.
1 minute.
And I think the speed management strategy, as it now is updated, will assist me in doing that. We're all aware that there is a lobby for more 20-mile-an-hour areas, and there is wide public interest in it. However, for me, this item as introduced by the Liberal Democrats is less of a motion, more of a bandwagon. The motion adds nothing to the strategy, so I oppose it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Right, I'm now going to move to Sharon Taylor, and the last speaker is Ralph Sangster.
Chairman, on a point of order, if I may, Terry Douris, I think I'd seek your guidance because I believe I heard Councillor Phil Williams use a word relating directly to Councillor Phil Bibby that may or may not be appropriate within this setting, and I would seek your guidance as to whether that is appropriate, and if it isn't, perhaps Councillor Phil Williams would wish to retract it and use an alternative word.
I too heard Councillor Williams use that word. Councillor Williams, would you like to apologise for the word that you used, please?
Yes, certainly. I do apologising for using the word lies, and I'd like to replace it with fake news, please.
Thank you very much. Right, on that point, we now move to Sharon, then Ralph, and then I'm closing the debate at that point, as there seem to be no new points coming forward.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to speak to echo all the things that others have said around the importance of this issue and of listening to our residents on this. And we need both, we need clear strategy and engagement. We need to move these things forward quickly. We spoke earlier in the meeting very powerfully around our ambitions on sustainability, and yet we still seem prepared to let the car dominate in our residential areas. That's not acceptable. And if we are going to do the tough things that we talked about in that debate, one of them is minimising the impact of traffic in our neighbourhoods. And it does take far too long to get safety schemes introduced. And just one example, much closer to home for Councillor Bibby than even the Hitchin example, and that is outside Fairland School in Stevenage in Pound Avenue, where the parents there are campaigning again for a safety scheme to slow the traffic down, a 20-mile-an-hour zone. They've had a fairly dusty reply from Councillor Bibby, setting out all the things that he said earlier in the debate. And yet I know that campaigners, my children went to Fairland School. My oldest daughter is 42 now. That campaign has been going on since then. That's how long it's taken to get that slowing of traffic outside Fairland School. It's still not been done. In Scarborough Avenue, where I have a large development of independent living homes with older people, we've had lots of traffic tests done. The traffic is travelling either at or marginally above the speed limit of 30 miles an hour, but it's very frightening for older people as they are trying to cross the road on a bend, a sharp bend, that traffic is coming down at 30 miles an hour and it feels much faster to them. So I think these are real issues that we need to deal with. And outside Woollenwick School, also in Simons Green, we have tried for probably 30 years to get a slow speed scheme in there.
1 minute, Sharon.
So these schemes outside schools for hotspots, we need to really put this right to the forefront, listen to our residents, don't make them wait 42 years for a slow traffic scheme, and that will help the environment and it will help our children's safety and our residents' safety. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Sharon. Ralph Sangster.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect a little bit on the way in which these debates are held, because it's very difficult for executive members who are placed in a position where they have one opportunity and one opportunity only to make a statement to the debate, and then they're left fairly open to anyone else who would like to contradict or make a statement which they are then unable to respond to. Just as an example, earlier in the debate on sustainability, Councillor Zukowski quoted a situation in which we had planted 37,000 trees in an area along the M1 and then put or applied for a planning consent to build houses on it. I've checked whilst we've been conducting the debate, and that is totally untrue. And I will be writing to him to explain that. That
point of order.
That statement
Is
was
this
not
relevant
correct.
to this debate?
Yes, it's pertinent to this, because I think I would like to see Councillor Bibby's situation mirrored here, because lots of statements have been made which he has been unable to respond to. But I would like to make one final comment, and that is that everybody missed a comment that Mr. Bibby.
Ralph, is your anecdote about it relating to this debate?
It is indeed, Chair.
Is it germane to the topic under discussion?
In relation to funding that is being made available through the IP process to provide for the very costs which have been complained about as being unattainable for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. I'm aware that it might have passed people by, but there is going to be a significant sum of money being bid into the IP process to provide the very funding that most people are seeking.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, to enable the implementation of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in appropriate areas of the towns and villages that we support. And I think it's important that people understand that is going to be made available as part of the speed strategy arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph. Right, that section of the debate is now closed. Can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to respond? And you have 3 minutes, Stephen.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Well, let's get it right. As I understand it, it's a bid. You can hear me, can you?
I can hear you.
Sorry.
And
It's
I can
a
see
bid.
you.
Thank you. It's a bid for £7 million. Until we get the IP, until we get the budget, the money isn't there. So unlike the press release equally that's gone out this afternoon saying money's being committed to sustainable strategy, it's not there yet. It's a wish list, and indeed opposition members may wish to see it increased. So let's get that right. But the bottom line is, as has been admitted already, this strategy will make it more difficult. Now, I'm fortunate in my division, 2/3 of it are covered by 20-mile-an-hour zones and limits, some of which go back some considerable time. But any new ones that I've introduced have taken on average 18 months to 2 years. I feel the heart for Stevenage and Sharon Taylor. I mean, it's only taken 8 years for the county council to actually agree a speed reduction measure and parking controls, and even then it's not been implemented in High Elms Lane in my district division, where in fact there were 3 schools and a crematorium. But more importantly, like Judy, I'm so disappointed with the MAG. We were led to believe this was the way forward to encourage reduction of speed limits, more appropriate measures to be brought in. It was all delayed because of place and movement by about a year, and we thought that was going to be the answer to it all. And now we have a strategy that does not actually, in my view, encourage walking, encourages cycling, and encourages reduced speed limits. It's all very well for Councillor Bibby and indeed others to quote stats from the Atkins report. I can equally quote stats from the Atkins report here. It's in front of me. New 20-mile-an-hour limits in centres. Compliance after 20 mile an hour have gone in 65%. Reductions from on the medium before from 18 miles an hour to 17.1 on the 85th percentile from 25.
1 minute, Stephen.
The basic bottom line is this policy no longer encourages us to introduce 20-mile-an-hour limits. It's restrictive in its very nature and quite frankly needs to be reworked. I feel sorry if members don't feel they had an opportunity to speak. It's rather like being at a cabinet panel when opposition members are not even permitted to address the panel. At least at council we have that opportunity at this point in time. This is the wrong policy. It does not go far enough.
Thank you, Stephen. Steve Jarvis, you'd like to exercise your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes, Steve.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, it's interesting that Councillor Bibby regards as pandering to minorities the process of listening to residents' groups. And even his deputy, Eric Buckmaster, appears to be at variance with him on that, having listened to groups in his area and discovered what we all know, that there's significant support for these measures. And I'm sure we've also experienced what the residents' view is when we tell them that the council policy is that the speed limit can't be lowered because the traffic is going too fast. They, of course, labour under the misapprehension that speed limits are there in order to change the speed at which traffic goes, rather than just to reflect what it is. And of course, that is the case for limits other than 20-mile-an-hour limits. Various parts of the strategy try to give the impression that this is all driven by the Department for Transport guidance. But in fact, that it lists, I think, 6 criteria that should be taken into account when deciding what an appropriate speed limit is for a road. But by and large, our speed management strategy proposes ignoring 5 of those, including the one that recognises that there is an important environmental aspect in terms of determining what an appropriate speed limit is. And just to emphasise the point made, I think, by both Judy Billing and Stephen Giles Medhurst, the real disappointment, the work that was done in the member advisory group at the start of this process, looking at how we could have speed limits that reflected the nature of the road and would support our objectives to increase the number of people who use the road for walking and cycling, that's just been abandoned, is enormously disappointing. Now, Phil Bibby says it's all right because he's going to bid for £7 million to install new 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. But it's interesting to note that that will provide, I suspect, a fairly small number of limits in Hertfordshire, and yet it's 3 times what Lancashire spent on introducing 20-mile-an-hour limits in all their residential roads a number of years ago. So we are going to have a scheme, if this strategy continues, that
1 minute only.
That wastes money, delivering less benefit for the people of Hertfordshire than would be possible. Now, I regret that Phil Bibby says he's not prepared to revisit this. We'll have to see whether or not it gets revisited after the elections in next May. But I'd like you to support the motion.
Thank you, Steve. Right, we now move to the vote. And again, if you go into your chat box, and the vote is loading as we speak. And
Same request, Colette, as per the previous vote in terms of the sheet for the end of the vote to be recorded in the minutes, please.
Of course. Right. This is 6B. So this is 6B little 3. So if you look out for that, the voting panel for that, and put your vote and press submit.
Chairman, I have a note that says unable to reach app on that voting box.
Chairman, I have the same.
I had it, and I just voted again, and it was fine.
Right, come straight out, or go back in, or vote fine. Sorry, vote again.
Oh yes, it is.
Done. Okay, thanks.
Right, everybody happy? Ish.
Vote twice and often.
Right. Then there is a clear majority. I'm going to close the vote now. We have for the motion 25, against the motion 44, no abstentions, therefore that motion falls. And so thank you all for your contributions on that. That quite nicely brings us up to lunch break, and it is 1:36. So we will be coming back shortly after 2 o'clock. So please observe 30 minutes, and then we will press on with the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right, okay. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're ready to start this afternoon session of the County Council meeting. We'll move straight on to 7A of the agenda, which is questions to executive members. And under Standing Order 8, bracket 7, there is a time limit of 1 hour for questions to executive members. And group question time shall end on the first to occur of 1 or 2 below, for little I below, when there are no further oral questions to be asked by members of political groups, or little 2, at the expiration of 1 hour from the start of question time, or after the completion of 1 full rotation of executive members, whichever is the later. Each member asking a question shall have a maximum of 1 minute to ask the question and 1 minute to ask a supplementary, and each member responding will have 2 minutes to respond to the question and 2 minutes to respond to any supplementary question. And without further ado, I'd like to go straight to the leader of the council. So do I have any questions from a Liberal Democrat member?
Yes, I do have a question.
Right, off you go then, Chris.
My question relates to the government's continuing proposals to have a Christmas relaxation of the rules in relation to COVID prevention. Does the leader share my view that this is a mistake, and that the sooner the government withdraws that concession, the more likely it is that we will actually be able to get COVID numbers down, and the more likely it is that we'll be able to prevent a third lockdown in January?
Chris, thank you for your question. I have to say that I do have some quite grave concerns now about the prospects for the next couple of weeks. I talked earlier about the impact of the pandemic in Hertfordshire over the last few days. And if you look to our south of us, north of us, east of us, west of us, there are some grave trajectories in terms of transmission rates. So I would only pick up on actually just what I've heard over the lunch break, that as I understand it, Michael Gove is due to have discussions with the leaders of the devolved nations this afternoon, and I can but suspect that is to discuss the whole question of the Christmas relaxation.
I have a brief supplementary, Chairman. Will the Leader of the Council be making representations reflecting his and my concerns?
We'll have to see how the next few days pan out, Chris. We've got the decision that's coming on Wednesday in relation to all of the English regions in terms of what tier they should be in going forward after the 16th of January. My expectation is that there will probably be a discussion with colleagues from Public Health and DHSC in the Eastern region, and that may provide an opportunity to raise such concerns. I do have a call tomorrow morning with the local government minister. Again, that may be an opportunity, but that might just be a little bit too early in terms of understanding the epidemiology and the transmission rates that are currently affecting the rest of the country.
Thank you. Do I have a question from a Labour member?
You do, of course you do. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank David for the screen sharing, the graphs that he showed us this morning. They were, in fact, very helpful indeed in getting a picture of what's happening in the county. My question relates to the letter that 2 of the North area MPs wrote to government last week to Oliver Heald, unusually rash, I thought. Stephen McPartland, not unusually rash. And I was very glad that Bima Falami did not associate himself with the cry then, as recently as last week, to have Stevenage and North Herts put in tier 1. They didn't, of course, consult with the leaders of North Herts or Stevenage councils. So my question is, did they consult with you in advance? And if so, what advice were you able to give them at that time?
So, Judy, Oliver Heald has regularly attended the briefings that we have had for our local MPs. and it's been very helpful to have him as part of those conversations. Stephen, as far as I'm aware, has not been able to attend those meetings or indeed send anybody from his office. So I didn't have any discussions with Stephen, but Oliver would certainly know my view. Obviously, yesterday's decision preempted a look across the whole of Hertfordshire because it was very much linked to the transmission rates that are being experienced in North London and in Essex.
Yeah.
I hope that on the 16th, when the national position is reviewed, the infection rates in Luton and Central Bedfordshire will also be considered, as indeed should our most recent epidemiology and the most recent case rates. I'd highlight in particular that in Stevenage and North Herts yesterday, there was a significant uptick in cases.
There was. And I wondered whether, as my supplementary, when you said earlier that you'd had a meeting with the MPs last Thursday, whether you detected any reasonable change of heart amongst the North Hertfordshire MPs, and whether you think, therefore, that we might expect greater protection from our MPs than we're getting at the moment. And would he also add the Labour group's concerns to Christmas arrangements when you come to be discussing those with the Minister tomorrow?
Yes, Judy, I think it's fair to say that when we met on Thursday with our MPs, we were concerned about the trajectory of our infection rates. But actually then looking at the data that we then subsequently had for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, obviously those concerns have grown really rapidly. And so it's fair to say that when we met on Thursday with the MPs, we felt at that time that Hertfordshire would probably, when we got to the 16th of December and the national review, that we'd stay in tier 2. But I have to say things have moved very quickly. In fairness to the MPs, of course, they are really concerned about the impact on businesses in their constituencies and only want to move if it's absolutely necessary. But looking at yesterday's numbers, where for the county as a whole, we had 509 cases, in Stevenage 41, in North Herts 50, those are really a serious uptick in our numbers. And we just need to think very carefully now, and hopefully MPs will be of one mind when it comes to actually protecting our residents.
Thank you very much indeed.
Right, do I have a question from a Conservative member?
You do indeed, Madam Chairman. And can I ask the Leader of the Council, can the Leader update the Council on the progress to establish the Hertfordshire Growth Board as a Section 101 joint committee?
Thanks, Seamus. Yes, so very happy to bring colleagues up to date. So 9 of the local authorities in Hertfordshire have now taken this measure through their governance and have supported the creation of a so-called 101 joint committee, and so has the LEP as well. There are 2 authorities that are waiting to consider this, and they're both being considered tomorrow night at East Herts and Stevenage. So I'm very much hoping that we will have support from all of the local authorities in Hertfordshire, and that we can then look forward to the first meeting of the joint committee, which is planned for the 26th of January. But in the meantime, we've got a workshop set up for leaders on Thursday when we will be reviewing the progress and just thinking very carefully about our priorities going forward, given the way that the economy, the challenges for the economy have grown.
Thank you for that, Leader. And maybe talking about the challenges for the economy, what is your view on the national economic climate at the moment? Will it have implications for the work of the Growth Board?
Yeah, Seamus, I think inevitably we need to be even more focused on economic recovery. The impact that the pandemic has had and will have on employment, on particular sectors within Hertfordshire, means that the Growth Board should really focus in now on what difference it can make in terms of economic recovery. There have also been some changes which we do need to take account of. The fact that there was a 1-year spending review as opposed to a 3-year spending review may mean that our ambition to agree a growth deal with MHCLG, the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government, is probably going to be frustrated, but we need to see that work through. And then I'd also highlight that the government has intending, as I understand it, to rebalance its assessment of housing need across England, which I think will put more of an onus on residential development to support regeneration of city centres.
1 minute, David.
Thanks. Regeneration of city centres and town centres, because inevitably COVID has accelerated the decline of some of those areas. And so I suspect that that will mean there'll be more resources heading towards cities and towns across the country. And that may mean that there isn't quite so much funding available for Hertfordshire going forward. And that's one thing we need to reflect on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask the Executive Member for Highways and Environment to prepare himself? Are there any questions from the Liberal Democrats?
Yes, I have a question, Madam Chair.
Sandy. Yeah, off you go.
Right, just to ask the executive member whether he would agree that there seem to be significant issues with the interface between Thames Water and highways, and I suppose Ringway, with regard to flooding issues. And all too often, and I'm talking of colleagues' experience as well as my own, there seems to be a passing of the buck between the two organisations to the detriment of residents in getting long-standing issues resolved. And I wonder whether he has any thoughts as to what can be done to improve the situation.
I think it's a misrepresentation to say there's passing the buck. What you've got to understand is a lot of our drains go into the water companies' watercourses, and the infrastructure that they have is suffering the same as ours. It was not built for purpose in the 21st century with the rain events we are getting. We work closely with the water companies to try and work together. To be fair, their funding must be limited as well, and they will only do anything to their infrastructure if they get sufficient interest or complaints to do so. We can't force them. All we can do through our flood management team and drainage team and highways is work with them, identify problems, suggest solutions, but we can't force them to make solutions. But hopefully we can work more closely with them in the future just to make sure that we can all cope with the climate change effects on our weather.
Supplementary?
Yes, I mean, thank you for that. I mean, I'm sure the frustrations are on both sides. I wonder, is it possible just to provide some kind of further information on how we liaise with Thames Water and how we make sure that there is an equal urgency on both sides? I'm looking at the moment at a pool of, I don't want to describe it, on a road right next to a supermarket in my division, but it is not the only problem that I have got. And I just worry that we just don't talk to one another enough.
Well, we certainly do, and I would suggest you speak to your DSA to get more details of local issues. But I will ask officers if they can get a note out to explain the process and what they actually do in general terms county-wide.
Thank you. By the way, I can frequently communicate with my DSA. I don't always get satisfactory answers.
Right. Can we have a question from a Conservative member? Ken Crofton, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Having had many discussions with the executive member for highways, I know that he is concerned that flooding issues are becoming more regular and disruptive. And I suppose this is in part due to the severe rain events due to global warming. What have you got in the plans to tackle this problem?
Yeah, Thanks, Ken. Well, no one can ignore the disruption caused by more flooding issues, which is a concern to me, like anyone. Luckily, I live quite high up, so I don't get the issues, but I know a lot of people do. And we had a severe one in Rickmansworth from the Deputy Lord Lieutenant who brought it to attention, which we're dealing with. I've explained what issues can be with the ageing infrastructure with Sandy, but I do want to actually do more investigation work and more major schemes to actually improve our drainage, and that might involve liaison with farmers, with water companies, with developers, etc. To do that, I'm bidding in to the IP process for £10 million over 4 years to actually invest in our drainage and make improvements where we can. But again, we will have to work with water companies to make sure we have an end-to-end joined up approach.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do, and I'm very heartened to hear that £10 million bid is going to be very welcome, because we've got huge problems in the rural community particularly. So now that the highways team and Ringways and other contractors have made such substantial improvements to the condition of our roads and our pathways, can the executive member advise us whether the area of concentration can additionally be directed towards the provision of additional equipment, which is so necessary to enable the digging out of problematic blocked drains that impact so heavily on in the rural areas?
Yeah, firstly, just to sort of clarify, because I think there might be some misinterpretation in the press, we have one Vactor which is fully employed, and we hire in a Vactor in case of need, which we utilise, I think, about 100 days a year. That is for the more investigation and the Vactor type works. If our 3 gully carts, as I would call them, the normal things you see on the side of the streets are gully carts, they're not Vactors. We have 3 at our disposal, and we have supply chains for further 2. We don't use Vactors for normal clear out dig outs because the waste is contaminated and it has to go out of county to dump the waste, and they're a very expensive piece of kit, so we do use them sparingly. I have actually had a word with the Chief Executive of Ringway on the possibility of an additional Vactor. It's something they will consider because they're up for this extra work that we're going to give them. They've got the resource or can provide a resource to do it. Whether an additional Vactor is needed is an operation.
1 minute, Phil.
And totally up to them. But I have actually raised that issue at a high level to see if that would be an answer to our issues.
Chair, I don't want to sound churlish.
Judy,
I don't want to sound churlish. Yes,
Judy,
you've noticed me.
I noted, I'm sorry, the mistake was totally mine. I saw Ken's hand and it distracted me and I just called him. But I felt it was easier to carry on with him.
Okay,
And no slight was intended.
Members of the Conservative group do have plenty of opportunity to talk to each other. So please call a Labour speaker.
Of course I will. And I've just explained to you the circumstances why. So off you go. Labour speaker. Hello.
Oh,
I
hi.
see. Hello.
Hello. So I'll be asking the question. So can Phil, some of my questions have been taken away about flooding and so on. So thank you, Phil, for preempting my questions as well. But my other questions actually about trees, shrubs, flowers along roads and so on. So there is still a difficulty that I find, which other county councils find, that when the tree from a highway is taken down, you can only replace one, and adding additional trees to roads and pavements, which actually will help some of the flooding issues, where they can soak up some of the rainwater that's coming up from front gardens, etc. Is there 2 points? Are we going to look at encouraging more tree planting in roads and pavements, etc., as well as other greenery? And second, about funding those as well. So, is there going to be a pot of money that will be available to fund some of these replacement trees, shrubs, etc., which on the whole are a lot more cheaper than putting slabs of concrete or pillars and posts onto roads.
We do already plant trees out of core funding. I would remind you through the Cabinet panel, I have actually said that we are awaiting the government's tree strategy before we can finalise our own, because it's no point us having a fantastic strategy if it's at odds with the government, because at the end of the day we might be looking for some funding from government. So yes, tree planting is going on. I mean, we might take down a couple of trees and not replace them straight away. That is operational, and perhaps the trees aren't appropriate in that location because they do actually ruin our assets. But I will remind you that we have planted significant tens of thousands, in fact, of trees in the county in different locations. So it's not as if we're reducing our tree stock, we are actually increasing the tree stock. But the defined tree strategy, I know it's taken a long time, but we have to wait for the government to come out with theirs before we finalise ours. And tree planting will obviously be included in that. Most tree planting will be done out of core funding, and then the additional will be looking for grant funding.
Supplementary, Asif? So
Phil, what would your aspirations be to do with that? Okay, we're waiting for the government funding, but you must have, as a portfolio holder, administration aspirations to have a much more greener, flourishing urban street scene. That, for example, we do.
My aspiration is to have a joined up approach on our tree, vegetation, land, estate management strategy. It's not always down to planting trees. There are lots of other aspects to actually bear in mind. So just planting one tree when one gets taken out is not always the answer. But I assure you, our tree stock is increasing. I know there's some work being done in Baldock locally as well, where they've actually planted, I think, just shy of 1,000 trees, locally funded, and that's all to the good. So trees are at the top of everyone's agenda, I think.
Thank you. Right, questions for the Executive Member for Public Health and Prevention. Do I have a question from a Liberal Democrat member?
Yes, you do. I'm sure Tim would be very disappointed if there wasn't. Tim, firstly, thanks for your excellent written response to my question about testing. I couldn't have asked for more detail, I don't think, so well done indeed responding to that. What's your view about the government's insistence on school attendance in the run-up to the Christmas holidays from a public health perspective?
Well, I think my view is from whether it's from public health or from any other reason, I think the government have it in mind that young people should go to school. If they don't go to school, it has all sorts of other impacts on their mental health, etc. It impacts on their parents who might be working. So overall, I think the government have got it right. But what I would say is I think it's a very difficult balance.
I'm not going to disagree with your last comment, but as a supplementary, if I could ask, we've had one instance, at least in Hertfordshire, of a school being told to do the right thing and not send pupils home, despite the fact that they, in their view, it is unsafe to carry on face-to-face lessons in the current levels of infection in their community. And I would just wonder if you felt that that decision ought not to be left to the people on the ground, particularly given the very rapid rise in infections, particularly in some parts of the county, and the very clear fact that the biggest affected population in terms of infection is school-age pupils, particularly those at the higher end of the secondary school range.
Well, I'd make a couple of comments on that. One, I really cannot comment on the circumstances surrounding what you've just spoken about. I don't know what you're speaking about, what school and what happened at the time. But as a general comment, I'm very happy that our schools, our officers, and all the various stakeholders are working closely together, are consulting with each other. And I think I'm very happy. I think Terry Douris will probably answer this better than me, but I'm very content that the schools are getting the best possible advice they can. With regard to young people becoming infected and spreading the disease. I think it's true to say that I'm advised that 12 to 16-year-olds is the growing group. Without doubt, the numbers within that group are a concern. But at the same time, the problem, as I understand it, arises not so much from what happens inside school, but from what happens outside of school.
1 minute, Tim.
In after-school clubs, in just their general socialising with friends and so on and so forth. So I'd like to take that opportunity from the question to make that point very strongly and seek the support of parents just to make sure they know what their young people are doing.
Thank you. Is there a question from a Labour member?
Yes, that's me, Colette. Margaret Eames-Peterson. Thank you, Chair. I would like to know how much obesity and overweightness has been affected by COVID-19, and I'm aware that we are about to do a needs assessment, and this is particularly, we can do it on children because of the National Child Measurement Project. Would we know a before and after? So we've got 2019 data. I realise that 2020 data was probably put on hold when school nurses were then used for the COVID epidemic and attention to schools for COVID testing and advice. And so we have got 2019 and we will have 2021, I believe, data. Could I ask that we specifically look at how obesity and overweightness has been affected, and that's with a view also to trying to think about cycling and how much children have increased cycling or not to school during the COVID epidemic, and whether we have safe cycle pods in place yet. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Chairman, before I answer it, I'm not sure, is my camera on? It doesn't seem to be at my end.
I can see you and I can hear you.
I didn't want people to think I was being shy. Margaret, yes, thank you for your question. You're quite right. We don't have all the data yet in the current year for the impact of obesity and overweight on our young people. So I can't give you any details, and until they're ready, obviously I can't circulate them. What I would say is that obesity and overweight in young children is a concern which predates COVID. So I think common sense tells us that it hasn't got any better during the COVID period. One would assume that it's at best remained a problem of the same size, and at worst perhaps got a little greater. What we have done is put an awful lot of time and effort into our weight management services. As you well know, we spoke about this at panel only last week, and the number of people seeking the support of those services has certainly increased. It's my objective and wish that we continue to monitor that very carefully. And in one area I'm very keen to look at is how we
1 minute, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. To ensure that we actually make sure that everything we do is done in collaboration and works together. For example, our Healthy Walks strategy, or Healthy Walks team, up until yesterday, actually, we're about to restart again. So we can engage parents as well as those young people to make sure that we're educating and getting the message out very clearly.
Supplementary, Margaret?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Just to reinforce that we will have, because we had the before data from the National Child Measurement Programme, in the needs assessment, my particular request is we do look at before and after, and that we also try to look at safe cycle pods to particular schools, because we have got the schools data and we can try to see how much we can do interventions and do even health impact assessments on interventions, for instance, improving the cycle path to make it safe for children, to see if we can make a difference. So that was my request, is to look at before and after with a view to making changes.
Well, what I can say is that in terms of obesity and overweight in our children, you're knocking on an open door. We're very keen to understand it and to find solutions.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank
I
you.
have a question from a Conservative member, Leslie Greensmith. You've put your hand up.
Yeah.
Off you go.
May I ask the executive member, the COVID crisis has clearly been the main focus for public health in the past year. Has this affected your normal services?
Well, it certainly has been our main focus, and yes, of course, it has to some extent. That having been said, I'm really quite pleased with the reaction we've had from our partners and our own staff, indeed, in things like the Hertfordshire Health Improvement Services, in the work they're doing with smoking cessation. I think it's been first class. The campaign to quit for COVID, for example, attracted over 600 people, and as a consequence, the number of people smoking in Hertfordshire has reduced fairly dramatically. One area of slight concern, I guess, is that the number of pregnant women seeking advice has dropped off, and that may be because there are fewer, we don't know. But what I would say is that service and that advice is still available, and so if anybody wants any help, please get in touch. We'll deal with it. In terms of our drug and alcohol services, they have been much greater demand for them. But again, I think it's they've approached it very well. I think they're coping well, and I'm particularly pleased with the partnership that I launched last year.
1 minute, Tim.
Emerging Futures and the people at the Living Room. I think it's working very successfully and very well. Our sexual health services continue to work well, and we're seeing the benefits of our online and availability of home kits. And of course, our approach to mental health continues, and campaigns like Just Talk are working very successfully. So overall, it's been a challenge, but I think we're doing well.
Lovely. Leslie, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. That's fantastic. Thank you for that, Tim. Maintaining those services must put quite a strain on the staff. How are they coping?
It does put a strain on staff. Many have been deployed into jobs that they don't normally do. Many have had to cover for those people. And I think when I make comment about our staff, I also have to include obviously the NHS and our teachers. I think basically there's an awful lot of public servants who've done an amazing job. I think they've gone the extra mile, probably the extra five or 6 miles for that matter. And you know, I would like to thank them all, and I'm sure all colleagues on the council will thank them too. They are coping, and I'm hoping 1 or 2 get a really good Christmas break because they deserve it.
Indeed. Thank you. Right. Questions for the executive member for resources and performance. Do I have a question from a Liberal Democrat member?
You do, Colette. It's myself. So I'd like to ask the executive member exactly where the location of the magic money tree is, because we've had a number of announcements, it would seem, during the course of this meeting. If I've got it correctly, if my colleagues got it correctly, £12 million in a press release, a bid for sustainability. There's £7 million for 20 mile an hour schemes, and £10 million for drainage from the answer from the executive member for highways. So could he tell us where the tree is? And maybe he should adapt our policy that if Ringway do cut it down, they actually plant 2 of them.
Thank you, Paul. I think the question's a really good one, and I think the answer is an even better one. I think the financial controls that we've operated over the last decade has ensured that Hertfordshire County Council is a very strong and well organised and financed organisation, and we've been able to provide ourselves with the opportunity of using some of the funds that have been coming in from central government and generating funds from within our own organisation by employing reorganisation processes that have provided surplus funds from service provision to give ourselves an opportunity to meet the challenges of the future. And I'm sure you'll be interested to know that that's not the end of the proposals that are going to be coming forward as part of our IP proposals when they're published in the new year.
A supplementary, Paul?
So the magic money tree's relationship to the election is just a coincidence, despite the fact we're going into a year in terms of 2021, which is the most uncertain in terms of public funding that we've seen in probably a generation. So it seems a little strange, and I just wonder whether the executive member might agree with me that the relationship between that sudden opening of the purse strings and the election, whether there's any correlation there.
I think the proposals that we're bringing forward reflect the same ethos that we've had throughout the last decade, ensuring that we have a balanced budget, and we will be bringing forward a balanced budget. That balanced budget is not excessive. We've retained the reserves that we've required to cover our position on risks and so forth, against, I might add, significant proposals for opposition parties to spend those very reserves at the drop of a hat when they felt that they could provide their opportunity to influence the voting public when they needed to. But I'm sure when you see the IP when it's published in the new year, that you will be very pleased to agree with us that it's a very sensible and appropriate financial plan for the future.
Thank you. Is there a question from the Labour group?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And it would be interesting to see if that magic money tree will stretch to the 20-mile-an-hour zones we were talking about earlier, and putting back some of the bus subsidies to keep our environmental credentials. That's not my question, though. The announcements in the Comprehensive Spending Review on the 25th of November did bring some financial relief to the costs of COVID for local government, but still didn't keep the promise made by the Secretary of State for funding us to do all that was needed to support our communities. And Councillor Sangsters confirmed that he agrees with that. Both at Council and in the Resources and Performance Panel. Buried in the detail of the CSR were some draconian new regulations set out for councils wishing to borrow from the Public Works Loans Board. What impact will those new regulations have on the County Council's capital programme going forward?
Thank you, Sharon. I do feel that it's incumbent on central government to provide us with that reassurance that the costs of COVID will be reimbursed, and I think so far we've been very close to achieving that. We're only, I think, £4 million short of our target in terms of costs over receipts, and there are some undisclosed sums of money which were announced at the spending review, which we are still waiting for detailed information to understand how that's going to be distributed. So I'm reasonably confident that we may still see that gap closed. In terms of the loan board issue, from our perspective, the announcement of that change in policy has actually improved our position, because it's allowed the government to reduce interest rates by 1% that they raised as a consequence of some of the more outlandish uses of the loan board funding by certain councils in terms of using those funds to supplement their investments. So I think the change in that perspective is going to be a positive for us, not a negative.
Supplementary, Sharon?
Thank you. I'm interested in your claim that there's only a £4 million gap, because the papers that opposition members were shown yesterday showed that we've got an £8.1 million budget gap in the IP for 21-22, and overall a £50 million budget gap. So I'm interested in the fact that it looks as though there's a £4 million gap. But does the government action that we saw on PWLB, if the council has to seek borrowing elsewhere than the PWLB, and it may, because although the rates have gone back down, if you borrow for investment so that you're only getting a return on that money, you will not be permitted to do that, and you would have to pay back any lending from the PWLB. So will that increase the cost to the council of borrowing elsewhere?
I think that the rules and regulations in relation to this are still to be, from our perspective, fully understood. But from what I can tell is that the new rules around borrowing for yield are going to preclude most of the of councils from seeking to transgress across the line, which I think government have now drawn. It doesn't prevent us from borrowing funds for regeneration and for housing development and for potential commercial investment into regeneration for employment use. So I can't see the circumstances changing our position. I mean, it will curtail our original proposal to use Hearts for Living as an investment vehicle. But you know, we will look at the opportunities that Hearts Living have in terms of regeneration opportunities, and in particular arrangements. So I don't see it impacting us significantly.
Right. Right.
Hopefully we'll get an overall assessment of that, Chair, in due course, because we haven't seen it yet.
Right. Is a question from any of the Conservative members?
Yes, Chair, I do have a question.
Simon Bloxham. Yes, go ahead, Simon.
Yes, when I do manage to speak to residents, which at the moment with everything I suppose everybody's in the same boat, it is quite difficult. There's a bit of a sense of unease out there about council finances nationally. Now, I personally think a lot of that is to do with media-driven stuff where they're looking for that sensational headline, but there is sometimes an element of truth there. So can the executive member reassure residents that our finances in Hertfordshire are in good shape?
Simon, you've I think you're touching on a very subject I perhaps gave an answer to Councillor Zakowski a little earlier on. I can see that residents, given the publicity that has been around in the press in relation to council failures in their financial controls, that they would be concerned about that. I mean, notably in the past, Northamptonshire has been a bellwether issue in relation to council finances. I think recently Croydon and Northampton City Council have been added to that list, and I even think Liverpool is beginning to become one of those councils who are showing a serious position in terms of their finances. And strangely, strange is that although there may be individual issues in relation to those councils, there are themes that run through their problems, and two of those are poor financial governance and the use of reserves to prop up unsustainable revenue spending, which is something I've been trying to avoid. But I think we should be reassured that Hertfordshire has a very strong financial governance ethos. We've proposed budgets and delivered balanced budgets for the last 10 years, and we as an administration are not keen on using our reserves for anything other than the necessary reasons they were put there in the first place. So I think your residents should be very, very reassured that Hertfordshire County Council is a secure and well-financed organisation.
Fantastic, thank you. I have got a supplementary, if that's possible.
Okay.
Yes, well, we all know that because of the efficient and effective management of this country by our government, we are the first country in the world to have not only the vaccine, but a mass vaccination programme going on. Now, this has buoyed up residents no end. There's an air of optimism out there. And I wanted you to reinforce for me, if you can, that optimism by confirming that the strength of the council's finances will ensure that the services that our residents rely on and value so much will be fully restored as we emerge from this pandemic.
I'm not sure. Have you been working with Councillor Zakowski on this as a stereo team? Because clearly your question relates to the very topic I was discussing with him, and that is that the council, given its strength, is in a position to be more optimistic in the future in regard to the services it provides. We are going to move very quickly back to service as normal as soon as we can. But we're also going to be putting in to our IP proposals in the new year some very strong recommendations. And I notice that there was a somewhat a sour note from one of the opposition leaders earlier on today, that really bidding into the IP process doesn't guarantee that you're going to get it. Well, technically he's right, because we are bidding into the IP process, but that IP process is the administration's IP process, and it's very unlikely that it will be turned around. And I think there's going to be a surprise that there's substantial sums of money in the IP for the sustainability program, for the climate change issues that I think was mentioned earlier on with drainage. We're going to be putting more money into addressing towns and villages speeding, which I think was Sharon's point earlier on. There is going to be funds for that. We're going to be putting significant sums of money into special educational need provision within the county, and more money for repairs to cycleways and footways. And I'm sure people will be really pleased that we're going to be putting more money into the voluntary sector to ensure they're around and able to support our citizens in the coming year. And we're going to once again uplift low wages for those sectors who are really in need for it. So I think that there's going to be a really positive vibe to the IP process this year, and I hope that most people will recognise that, and it's going to be on the basis of a well-financed organisation. We're not pushing the boat out.
You're out of time now. You're out of time.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Questions for the Executive Member for Adult Care and Health.
Thank you, Colette. Sorry. Could I, in asking Richard my question, I trust he will keep away from party political broadcasts that we've just heard. I think we've had enough of that for today. Perhaps move on to something more serious and more needing residents need. Given that parts of our county are now in Tier 3, will there be any changes to the guidance on visits to care homes during the relaxation of rules over Christmas? I realise it may be difficult to answer immediately, but I think it's a very urgent matter and needs to be addressed.
Thank you for your question, Ron. Perfectly reasonable one to ask, and our residents who will have family members in care homes and nursing homes, other care settings, those with learning disabilities, for example, we want to know whether they can visit or not. In terms of the current government guidance, which was set on the 4th of December, which we have interpreted here in Hertfordshire, it doesn't matter which tier you are in, we would still, and the government, would encourage visiting in care homes wherever that is possible. So whilst there will be difficult situations where a care home has an infection, for example, and therefore has to be closed, not just for visiting, but for virtually anybody other than the carers working in that care home or that nursing setting, that actually and the home would then remain closed for some 28 days. But in terms of as things stand at the moment and for the foreseeable future, we would encourage along government lines that 2 visitors would be able to visit a loved one. We know that we have got the lateral flow testing coming into our care homes. Thank you. Which will help will be a helpful measure aligned with PPE and safe practice for people to visit people in care homes. And I think that will remain, despite the difficulty of having 3 of our boroughs now in Tier 3 and the rest in Tier 2. Thank you for your question, Ron. I think what I will do, Ron, is I will make sure that goes out with the John Birch, that information goes out with the John Birch bulletin, which is going out on a weekly basis. We'll put that in the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, yeah, Richard, I realise that we've only got a few days to Christmas. If the government decide to issue new guidance, would you agree with me that one hopes that their guidance is perhaps more usable immediately rather than our officers having to constantly rewrite it to be usable, and that wastes time, and that perhaps any announcement from the government is actually at the same time as the issuing of sensible guidance rather than free guidance?
My sense is the guidance, the visiting guidance, has changed a number of occasions in the last few months. As I say, the last one was on the 4th of December. And the difference between what we are doing and what government suggested is not huge. And in that sense, there is less difficulty than you perhaps suggest. I think the aspiration has been throughout that there is this ethical dimension that wherever possible, care homes will allow visiting, and those with learning disabilities can receive family members as well. There is probably less support for those in care homes to leave the care home for the Christmas period, potentially come into contact with wider family members, and then go back to the care home where there may be issues of needing to be in self-isolation. But I don't think there is a big difference in our own current position and that of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you please pass on our particular thanks to all staff in all departments for their fantastic work over this COVID proceeding.
I think you've just done that, Ron. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions from the Labour member?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's me. I'd also like to thank John Birch and all the team who are involved in keeping us so up to date with developments in regards to COVID. And my question actually does refer to the recent COVID bulletin that we received on the 11th of December. That report in the ACS report, which detailed the numbers of our caring staff who are suffering from COVID across Hertfordshire. And the number for the St Albans division is significantly higher than most of the other divisions that we have data for. And I wondered if Richard had any information as to why that is the case.
I don't know why St Albans at the moment is higher than others. We do know as a result of the infection that David Williams referred to in his answer, where he shared the graph, and that the tier 3 allocation that came through, only what it'll come through tonight, is because of the infection running through from London. And I suspect there's an element of that community infection spreading through into care homes. I've been keeping a really close eye on the levels throughout Hertfordshire in our care homes, and I'm delighted to say that whilst the number of care homes that have had an infection, which is probably running at the moment at about 60 to 70, and that the number of staff have got infection along with residents, but the mortality and that rampant out of control feature that we saw in the first phase has not been seen in the second. As a word of caution, I would say that at the moment, the community infection translating into more infected staff is having a significant impact, not just in terms of staffing and staff availability in our care homes and social care generally, but right across the health system. So it is, if one was to be echoing Tim's view, now is a time to be cautious. Now is not a time to throw away some of the gain that we've had and the protection that there has been in place for so long. I know it's Christmas. We're going to have to be very, very careful at the moment. Infection rates are high.
Supplementary, Dreda?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I suppose that I was intrigued, if you like, because St Albans is an area that still remains in level 2 as opposed to 3, and therefore, as I say, even more intrigued why the numbers in St Albans were that much significantly higher. And I guess that, Richard, you've perhaps expressed the sentiments of my follow-up question in as much as I was going to ask what impact those numbers may have in delivering the service to people in St Albans.
I think it is becoming challenging in all of Hertfordshire, and particularly those slightly south and west. Sorry, really south of our county. I think it is fair to say that St Albans falls into that sphere of influence from the south. And when I looked at the infection rates, not in care homes, but more generally, I didn't think there was a huge difference between some of those that are in tier 3 and those that are in tier 2. And sort of echoing David's sentiment and echoing the concerns expressed right across our parties, that actually I wonder where we will be in a few days or a week's time. And I for sure, we know that there has been a significant influx of patients into hospitals. I was aware of a big influx going into the Lister. And that is a sure sign that community infection has reached a level where we have to take it really, really seriously. So for St Albans and the rest of Hertfordshire, I think watch this space. And you're right, it will be a challenge across all of our agencies on how they staff coming into the Christmas period. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Conservative Group.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Richard. HCC are building a new nursing home in Wormley. Could the member please give us a progress report regarding this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you. And a good news story. I was there when the diggers were cutting the turf, and had the traditional photograph of standing under the arch of the digger with the contractors. And 46 weeks later, we're only just off track, which, considering we've had COVID, is great news. So this 80-bed nursing home, the first one that we've built for a long, long time, and one of several, I think. We may well be looking at another one in South Oxley. And there's, I'm aware of rumours of another one in another part of the county, but that is not really in the public domain yet. So I'm delighted that this capital programme to bring this new generation of nursing homes is coming through. And Dee, just to let you know that the roof is on at Wormley. And so, because this is Sustainability Day, the photovoltaic cells are on the roof as well. So the internal works will start soon, and the home should open in September of this year.
Thank you, Richard. Clearly, that's a really good, positive, good news story. Could I just ask you, could you maybe give us a quick update on the Christmas Kindness project that's going on across the county at the moment, please?
Dee, that doesn't relate really to your first question. Supplementaries, I believe, are meant to.
Sorry.
But it's a really nice question, Chairman.
Sorry.
I was able to wear my Santa hat and my Christmas tie last week, celebrating small acts of kindness, where we supported 3,000 gifts alongside the 7,000 of small acts of kindness we got, and they were distributed across Hertfordshire. Now, I won't answer the question. Is there another supplementary?
Richard,
thank you.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen in Wormley. Sorry.
Christmas
cheer. It did happen.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be Mrs. Scrooge on this, but there we are.
No worries.
Right.
Thank you for your questions, Dee. Thank you very much.
Right, moving on then to questions from the Executive Member for Children, Young People and Families.
Yes, that'd be me, please, Colette. And in passing, Richard, you'd be glad to know I was one of the people who created those 3,000 parcels. I've been doing various sessions of small acts of kindness, and it's a brilliant organisation. But Terry, I wanted just to look at the growth in the numbers of children looked after. My understanding is that we've now broken into the 1,000 barrier. Well, I think it is a barrier, actually. I think that's a good term, which is the largest number in 5 years. In your report, you refer to the fact that a significant amount of this growth has been due to the delay in the judicial services. And I wonder if you give me a report on what the county is doing to address this, because at £48,000 an additional child, this is now obviously becoming a massive drain on the authorities' resources.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'm pleased to say that the challenges of the court system are now moved on, as it were. The blockage has moved, and so we are moving through, not necessarily swiftly, but we're moving through the court system. So there's not so much of a blockage there. What the blockage is, though, is that we've still got young people who are remaining with their foster carers rather than moving out perhaps as they get older. And we also have a little bit of an impact on those young people who are entering, for whatever reason, care because of issues at home. So the numbers are better than they were in that report, Mark, and those will be shared, I assume, at the next panel meeting.
Sorry, there is a supplementary, and I'm slightly surprised by Terry's report, because I only heard on Friday from Marion Ingram that we'd broken the 1,000 barrier, much to her shock and disappointment. So I'm not quite sure where we have a discrepancy there. But
okay, I'll go away and ask. I did ask the question the other day. No, I asked the question the other day.
And so the other question really is, outside the judicial service, what other actions are the authority taking to try and get this number down? Because it is alarming to see the growth that's coming through at the moment.
Well, we've got our usual early intervention through Families First. There's a lot of support going in there. There's a lot of support going into the new SASH service, Safeguarding for Adolescents. We have teams who effectively work on the streets with the young people. So we're actually having to do that early intervention, which we've not been able to do as well as we possibly would, because we couldn't be doing face-to-face as much as we can. So that early intervention, the usual thing, working with parents, trying to keep children within the home, it's sort of the usual stuff, but this is the build-up after COVID now, and we knew these challenges were coming, but the teams are coping. I think I've lost Mark. Okay, well, that's it anyway.
So, I think she has answered. Can I just use the opportunity to congratulate the staff on the brilliant work they've been doing over the last year? It's been incredibly demanding, and I actually had a one-on-one with one of the social workers in the CLA team only yesterday, just to wish them happy Christmas. So I think they are doing a brilliant job, and please pass that on to them. And I think I had my supplementary, so that was a bit of an bonus. Thank you to Colette.
You're on mute, Colette.
I'm so sorry. Labour Group.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Judy.
Hello. Just before I ask my question, I want to register the fact that I found the complacent and really quite frivolous discussion between Simon Bloxham and Ralph Sangster earlier really quite revolting at a time when there are so many miserable and unhappy and worried people in the county. So my question now.
Totally echo that, Judy. Well put.
Yeah. Can I then ask that now, as 4 districts of Hertfordshire have gone into Tier 3, can we be reassured that our special schools, as well as our primary and secondary schools, are able to cope with the increasing figures and the demands, and also those of the children with high level needs in our mainstream schools as well? It's a real worry.
Agreed, it is a real worry, and I have to say that the special schools are doing a sterling job with the children that are able to attend. As you know, Judy, funding is a struggle for us around special educational needs. And there's actually a new system in place at the moment in relation to high level needs payments to the schools, and we're just swapping over to the new system, and that has been a bit of a struggle. But from the special school perspective, as far as I'm aware, and I've not been told otherwise, they are absolutely tremendous and dealing with those challenges that they have every day. So I can't say any more than that. I've not heard anything to the contrary.
Okay, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the Conservative Group?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Richard Thake. Madam Chairman, at the last full council meeting, when discussing the provision of free school meals for families during the winter, the executive member mentioned that she was looking to re-establish the free school meal scrutiny topic group. And I wonder if I might inquire through you, Madam Chairman, what progress has been made in this regard.
Thank you, Richard. I thought that Judy might have asked me that one, but she didn't. So I'm delighted to respond to that one. So I did mention at the last full council about re-establishing the free school meal topic group. I did that slightly frivolously on the spur of the moment, I will admit to that. But actually, I have been thinking about this with officers, and because of the COVID situation, and heightened because of those concerns that we have, we are wanting to seek to help families around the pressures, especially for families around food poverty, digital poverty, access to employment, jobs for young people, health inequalities, the gaps in education attainment, all those areas that we're all too aware of. At panel next year, my panel next year, will be bringing forward a paper that will seek to establish a whole council piece of work around family poverty. And this will dovetail
1 minute.
into the work around the neglect strategy being done by the Safeguarding Partnership. So I hope you're all pleased to hear that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have a supplementary. Yes, Madam Chairman, I do. Thank you very much for the response. Of course, I'm absolutely pleased and delighted that the comprehensive examination of the issue is planned, and have to applaud the concept of dovetailing with the important work around the neglect strategy, which is being examined by that partnership. But I'm sure the executive member will agree with me, and I suspect the rest of the council, that we all consider that time is of the essence on this subject. And I have to ask her, does she expect to be in a position to tell the council how soon this might be presented to the panel?
Okay, yep, thanks again, Richard. It's timetabled in actually for March. Yeah. You know, the starting work, so there'll be some scoping there and some updates for members. There's already a officer working group working on this, and it's, as I said, it's pan portfolio. So definitely, I know the public health team want to work with this, whether they have the opportunity initially next year. And there's also conversations around with the adult side as well, because of the 0 to 25 teams. So transitioning into adulthood. So anyway, there will be a report coming in at the March panel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and might I just echo my personal appreciation for the incredible work that both children and our adult care services have done over this difficult time. I think it's already been referred to, but I really would like to add a personal adjunct to that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Richard. Thank you. Right, we are now due for a 5-minute break. So it's 15:12, so off you go, and please come back in 5 minutes' time. Thank you. come to community safety and waste management. So do I have a question for the executive member for community safety and waste management from the Liberal Democrat group?
Yes, Colette. Our chair. Thank you very much. Councillor John Hale here. Question for Councillor Hone. The Joint Emergency Services Collaboration Board, how frequently is that meeting currently, and has it met since August?
In answer to this question, of course, it's been hampered a little bit by COVID, but yes, it has met since August, and those discussions were the standard discussions, particularly around development of cooperation, but particularly around facilities.
Thank you. Will the Cabinet member consider making the minutes of those meetings available to other councillors, and also giving us a proposed calendar of future meetings?
Well, certainly, some of the details, some of the things that happened at that meeting, you have to bear in mind, I can't decide to do that because it is joint with the Police and Crime Commissioner. So really, we would need the Police and Crime Commissioner's permission to publish. So what I do, in fact, is try and give some form of report at the Cabinet panel. I also try and include something on my report, which is the full council here, that gives you some indication of what's been happening at those meetings and those events. I think at this point in time, I can do no more than that, other than with the support of the Police and Crime Commissioner to go further down that road. As far as the dates of the meetings are concerned, yes, I can tell you when they are. I'm not terribly sure it's too much good for you, John, because this is not, they are not a meeting in public, nor a public meeting. Again, because the police are often saying to us, some of the things are operational and we can't have what they describe as the public. And no disrespect, John, that you would fall into that category. But normally they're about 3 times, 4 times a year is what we're looking at. But if something happens, then we do move it the goalposts. And things are happening at the moment, particularly around moving the headquarters. And,
1 minute, Terry.
Moving the headquarters and around JESA, the funding for JESA. But until such time as we have business cases, we're in a state of suspension on that, and we're just waiting on business cases so we can lock them down.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the Labour group?
We do, thank you. So, hi Terry. I submitted a motion today citing the need for additional fire staff, given the increased scope of local fire incidents to be responded to and reductions to crewing numbers. I would say both justified by this authority as based on the need to spread resources more widely. Now, you know, coupled with increased threats from wildfires nationally to residents of care homes, you know, the risk that is being spread is actually being spread onto those staff. Now, what I wondered from you, given the number of other executive members who today have been making us aware of their IP bids that they'll be submitting in January, how much that you as the executive member for community safety will be bidding for to support the recruitment of more fire and rescue staff, and how many that will cover?
The answer to that is, as I said before, I listed down to you in a previous item on this agenda exactly the number of staff that we were looking to increase. It was about 19 or 20 of those staff. If you assume that they are in the region of over £50,000 each, then you can do the sums and come up with nearly £1 million, I guess, of investment in manpower in the Fire and Rescue Service in Hertfordshire.
Supplementary?
Okay. Yeah, so I guess that that's sort of a difference about 80 from those that I said that the authority would need to go back to the levels of 2010, which to me seems that there is a massive shortfall between, you know, what we would need to resource to risk based on what we're actually going to resource to. So I wondered if you would be thinking, or would you be writing to the Fire Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer either this month or next month, requesting additional funding to support the increased levels of staff that we need?
We couldn't do that direct, of course, because we are part of Herts County Council, and therefore our funding comes through the precepting arrangements through Herts County Council rather than directly, because if we were a fire authority, somebody's sharing something on my screen here.
Who is it?
I might be losing you. My screen.
Nick Hollinghurst.
Nick, you're sharing things, I think.
Nick, we can see your email screen. Can you turn it off, please?
I can still hear you, Terry.
Okay.
If you want to carry on.
Let's carry on. But if Nick, you can clear your screen, please. Carry on, Terry.
I'm not too sure where I got to on the subject,
Sorry.
but certainly, as I said, we are funded through Herts County Council, and any funding would come that way. We did get £161,000 to cover our COVID costs as well from the central government, so that was very, very helpful and very useful to us to do. But the number of firefighters we have operationally at any given time is very much an operational requirement, and that is by the experts. But in my case, the experts is the chief fire officer, who he and his team decide how many gets deployed, who gets deployed, and what gets deployed. At this point in time, he has not come to me and said that yes, right, despite a significant reduction, significant reduction in firefighting, there's been increase, of course, in other things, not least for getting horses out of swimming pools. But he has not come to me and said we need to increase our manpower in order to maintain the standards we have today, the very high standards we have today. And I believe if that was the case, he would be the first person, or probably the second after you, to come to me and say, I need more manpower. He has done that with the 12 at Watford and the 5 trainees and the other specialists I mentioned earlier, and we have agreed those. So when he's come to me as the expert, we have supplied.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to you both for that interruption, which did quite clearly interrupted the flow of intellectual thought. Right. Is there a question from any Conservative member?
Yes, Chairman.
Richard, off you go.
Thank you. Could I ask the executive member, now that the new Ware Household Waste Recycling Centre is up and running, what other sites are you looking to develop soon?
Yeah, good question for people to hear the stories. We've been participating in a series of workshops to look at the design of a new recycling centre, which is planned as part of the Brookfield Garden Village development in the borough of Broxbourne. That will be a co-located facility along with Broxbourne Borough Council's depot. They want to do that. Also, there'll be a traveller site there and possibly some blue light services there. This new site will probably replace the existing Turnford Recycling Centre, which really is not fit for purpose because of its physical location next to parades of shops and such like. So that's one thing we've got going down. The other thing we've got going down is we're looking for some additional funding, if we can, through the IP process, to propose an expansion of the Household Waste Recycling Centre in Stevenage. Stevenage is our busiest Household Waste Recycling Centre. It does need expanding to include take more capacity, remove queuing on the local roads, particularly certainly dual carriageway that's nearby, and provide a reuse centre, which we think is essential at the big sites. And I said Stevenage is a business. So we do have dialogue with Stevenage Borough Council to identify alternative locations other than that. But at this point in time, it seems there's no better location in and around Stevenage.
Thank you. A supplementary, Richard?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for that response, Terry. And by the way, pleased to hear that Stevenage is expanding, because that is used by some people from my area. But can you tell me what's the news about Welwyn Hatfields?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. We're sure patch, isn't it? Yeah, we have got planning permission for a joint recycling centre with Welwyn Hatfield Council, and it's a waste depot at Chewing Road, and that was approved at the back end of November by our DCC. I think with a fair wind, we could be breaking ground Q1 2021. The phase development with our recycling centre will follow the Welwyn Hatfield depot needs. So we expect opening our site to residents probably autumn 2022. I think, Richard, not any earlier. I mean, I could add that that's what we're doing at Welwyn Hatfield, but we've got a couple of other things going down as well. We're working with North Herts District Council, who in their current local plan have included waste infrastructure needs as part of an employment land allocation in Baldock. NHDC, they've also identified a need for a new co-located depot. But yeah, we haven't identified sufficient funds to deliver that part of that business. So that's one going down in Baldock. Also, we're talking with Dacorum Borough Council to increase the deliverability of a waste infrastructure within the district, with a new site somewhere in Hemel, which could replace the existing Hemel Hempstead site, which is, yes, it is fit for purpose, but we would like a bigger one over there if we could. And finally, if I could add that the Waste Management Unit is continuing to work with the property team to identify a suitable area of land for the development of another seaside recycling centre similar to the Ware facility to serve the Bishop Stortford area. But we can't identify a site. So any help from local councillors to identify a suitable site will be greatly appreciated, as local councillors probably know better than I do, may even have property team where the sites could be, but any help would be helpful.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
And Terry. Right, moving on to education, libraries and localism. Questions for the executive member from a Liberal Democrat member.
Hello, yeah, it's me this time, not Mark. Morning, Terry, afternoon, Terry. Terry, do you agree with me that schools should be capable and to be allowed by government to deliver a mix of online and face-to-face lessons to all their pupils, particularly those in disadvantaged circumstances, as they judge best in the current circumstances, and that all schools should by now have sufficient resources provided by government to meet that challenge?
Thank you, Nigel. The simple answer to that, I would say, is no, because the government have set out a clear and unequivocal strategy that all schools should remain open. And if we allow schools, or indeed any other body, to take their own independent advice or situation and not undertake what has been laid out clearly by the government, then I think we would start to run into a level of chaos. Obviously, there will be some schools, and as at this morning, there were 7 schools that were closed, and they were closed because of the lack of teaching staff or infections that have been identified. So there are some schools which will have to close and they will remain closed, but that's not a unilateral decision by the individual schools. That's a decision taken on the best advice from the Public Health England people. Can I also just make the point that we need to pay a great vote of thanks to all the teaching staff, all the teaching staff, the administration staff, and everybody working within the education sector, both in schools and indeed at County Hall and in other places, for the work that they have done. And that picks up to some extent a point that was made earlier on by Tim Hutchins, and the way that everybody has worked together in these times of pandemic and have really raised the level and raised the bar in terms of being able to deliver.
Thank you. Supplementary, Nigel.
Thank you, Colette. Yes, I'll just respond very quickly before I issue my supplementary. I mean, the government does seem to be misinterpreting, as possibly you are too, the call for mixed learning, so that we don't have to overcrowd our schools to meet the government's requirement for face-to-face
Question, please,
teaching.
Nigel.
Very good. Is he aware that schools can only request additional support in terms of IT equipment from HCC once they've had to send children home, by which time it's probably too late? At scrutiny last Friday, we were told that HCC is unable to access laptops easily at present, despite funding being available. And in fact, the Regional Schools Commissioner at scrutiny suggested this might be because the Department of Education had bought so many that they weren't available for local authorities.
Well, you were at the overview and scrutiny meeting last Friday, and you challenged the Regional Schools Commissioner on this particular point. And I think that she responded as best she possibly could. What she has said and what the Department for Education have said is entirely accurate, insofar as they have procured a huge number of laptops. There is only a given number of laptops that are going to be available to purchase, and there is a pressure on laptops, and that applies to Hertfordshire County Council. But you can rest assured that we are doing everything that we can to procure as many laptops as we possibly can for the benefit of the children. It's not an easy situation, and I also accept that one of the reasons for keeping schools open is to try and get children or maintain children in an educational setting
where if they were working at home, as you are suggesting, by a blended education, it cannot be the right thing where you perhaps got a parent and two children sitting around a table, each with their own laptop, trying to do their individual tasks. That's not the way to get best education. The best education is to actually deliver that in schools, and at the same time, by keeping schools open, it actually protects the commercial hub of the world and the country by allowing people to actually go to work, rather than actually making sure that they have to stay at home to look after their children. In terms of laptops, I'm hoping that they will become available as time goes on.
Thank you. Questions from Labour member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm staying with Nigel's original theme here, because I'd like to know what we are doing, in fact, to support head teachers who get threatening letters from ministers about their need to close their schools because of huge infection rates amongst staff, children and support staff. Presdale School in Ware is one that we know about. And the fact that it's an academy is neither here nor there, so please don't use that answer, because they are our teachers, our staff and our children.
I am going to use the answer that they are an academy, because whether you appreciate that or not, Judy, they have their own individual management structure, their own autonomy, because they are an academy. As I said to Nigel earlier on, the government have made it quite clear that they expect all schools to remain open, and they wouldn't be able to take the action that they have done, both in terms of Hertfordshire and Presdales, but also in the London Borough of Greenwich, and I believe the London Borough of Islington, where they have issued instructions for those authorities to make sure that their schools do remain open, with a deadline of 10 o'clock this morning. Now, because we've been in the county council meeting since then, I don't know what the outcome of that is. But the fact is that we need to have children in school. That is the best place for them. And not only that, schools are actually inherently safe places to be. That we've heard an awful lot about the transmission of the virus and school children, but a great deal of that actually is transmitted outside school. And you may or may not have heard of me making the reference at the Education, Libraries and Localism panel last week, begging people not to hug for Christmas. Maintain your distance. We have to actually get that message into young people's minds that they must maintain their distance. No matter how difficult it is and how hard, they can't hug, they can't share drinks, they can't get that close, because that's the way the virus, the dreadful virus, gets transmitted.
Supplementary?
Well, I was, of course, at the meeting last week and I did hear what you had to say. But at what point do we decide that the mantra that school is the safest place for children to be, when do we drop that, where a school is not a safe place for children to be, when the rates of infection, as is now happening at one school in my division, are so high amongst the children, the staff and the support staff, that the place is not safe at all? Are you saying that head teachers don't have the qualification and the skills to be able to determine such a matter?
The head teachers have a great deal of facility to work with and consult with Public Health England, with Professor Jim McManus, who has done an absolutely fantastic job, with our infection control nurses, with our team in education, to take the appropriate decisions. But at the same time, we may also know, or we may also hear, that the national guidance may change. I don't know. I have no knowledge of what might come out, but you heard from the leader of the council earlier on this afternoon with regard to the infection numbers and the cases that have escalated. So where we go from here in terms of keeping the numbers down, I'm not going to predict what an outcome might be, but I still maintain that schools are safe and they are the best place. That's the bottom line. They are the best place for children to learn.
Thank you. Michael Muir, you want to ask a question from the Conservative perspective?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I'll change the subject slightly from COVID. In future, all new school buildings that in Hertfordshire, I'd like to see them carbon neutral. Particularly I ask this question for Baldock because north of the railway line, if all the houses go forward from the county, we'll have a new senior school, 2 JMIs, and they must really be carbon neutral from the beginning, from the build. That will probably take place about 25, 26, but about 22/23.
Sorry, Michael, what is your question?
So, well, carbon neutral new build for schools.
Okay, thank you, Michael. You will be aware, and it was mentioned earlier on in the sustainability item, that we are indeed in the process of developing and building a new school, a new 2FE infant school, first school, I should say, in Buntingford, and that is going to be our first pilot net zero carbon school. That will give us the opportunity to assess how that works and how we can develop that across the whole of the school, the new school estate, which will pick up those new schools in Baldock. The other thing I think which is important to note is that we are looking at the whole development protocol and the construction methods for schools and buildings. And I think it's fair to say that whilst at the present time to build a net zero carbon school is more expensive, significantly more expensive than it is a traditional or traditional school, as we progress with different technologies, I'm quite sure that that additional cost will start to be eroded and we'll get back to a more level, equal cost for net zero carbon schools and equally traditional building schools.
Michael, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you for that progress. It'd be a good way forward. Sorry I missed your first part of the meeting. I was at hospital with my wife, so I didn't hear that. If I had, I probably wouldn't have asked the question. But thank you very much, Terry.
Well, Michael, I think I hope that everything went well for you and your wife this morning. But it's worth making the point, and it's worth continuing to make the point, both in terms of sustainability and also the involvement of schools and the schools estate, which is a major player within Hertfordshire, that we do have an obligation to look to the future. And also wherever we are building new schools to try and make them as sustainable as possible. I've already talked about the potential costs, but also there's an awful lot of things that schools can do. Some of them aren't going to be easy, particularly in small village schools with vaulted roofs, but we can look at changing the lights, we can look at changing some of the heat sources from traditional tungsten lights or fluorescent lights into LED lighting. And the return on investment now is actually becoming sufficiently good that it's not a hugely expensive project. I do know that there are a number of projects which are, if you like, in train. 100 schools have been identified as being potential targets for improvements, and we will work through those as time goes on. So it's good news. We are alert to the future, and at the same time also we have to make sure that the schools that we build look right, but equally they are internally exactly right for the children that we're going to be educating now and in the future. That's what we have to do. It's a twin-pronged focus that we have.
Thank you. Right, moving on to growth, infrastructure planning and the economy. Questions from the Liberal Democrat group, please. Do we have any questions for the executive member for growth, infrastructure planning and the economy?
Yes,
from
Chair,
the Liberal Democrat group?
I didn't put my hand up, but obviously you didn't see it.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay. The aerospace, biotechnology and creative industries, which are so important for Hertfordshire's economy across the UK, represent something like 160 times the value of the fishing industry. he agrees that the government's prioritisation of the fishing industry in its Brexit negotiations is likely to be damaging to Hertfordshire's economy.
I have to say, I've been looking forward to a laugh all this afternoon, and that gives me one. Our focus is on the interests of the Hertfordshire economy. I'm not going to be drawn onto whether the impact on fishing has any effect or not, but we have a very real focus on high added value elements of the Hertfordshire economy, and we'll continue in cooperation with the LET and other local planning authorities to try and encourage and maintain and indeed increase those kind of industries in Hertfordshire.
Are you angling for a supplementary?
Oh no, angling, oh no, terrible.
I agree with you about that bit, Derek, anyway, that was terrible. In the light of that, have you emphasised, or will you be emphasising to the government once again the potential impact of no deal on Hertfordshire's economy?
Well, I don't think we can do anything other than promote the interests of our economy and promote the interests of those operating in it. Whether we get a deal or not, I'm not certain. I mean, who knows what's going to be the outcome of the talks, but one way or another, we do have to actually promote and support the Hertfordshire economy.
Thank you. Is there a question from the Labour group?
Yes, Chair. And trawling through the LET report, and I've got some more puns on the way, and if you had hoc, I will. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop my puns. With the LET report that came to the gripe about the state of the economy in Hertfordshire with COVID and the impact that is having on a local economy in Hertfordshire. And it highlighted the impact of COVID itself and also the impact that Brexit, a no-deal Brexit, would have. So can I ask Derek about how a double whammy like that how resilient is Hertfordshire in terms of that double whammy of the impact of COVID and a no-deal Brexit?
I think the Hertfordshire economy on the whole is very resilient. It's a multifaceted economy. We're not reliant on just one or even two industries. So it is underpinned by a number of different sectors. So I think on the whole, we're in a good place to withstand any shocks that might be imposed from the outside. But to some extent, we have to wait and see. But I would say the Hertfordshire economy is one of the most resilient probably in the country.
Do you have a supplementary, Asif?
I do, thank you. So in the presentation, it did talk about Watford and Broxbourne, for example, having claimant rates above the national average, and that's the direct impact of COVID. And it also looked at the impact of Brexit on, so Welwyn, Hatfield, as an example, was at high risk of an impact of a no-deal Brexit and high impact, for example, of COVID, where economies in Watford, for example. So it does need, don't you agree with me, some targeted response in some of the local economies and working with districts to make sure that we deal with the rise in unemployment and the claimant rises, and also post-COVID economy. What can you, not so you personally, Derek, but as a county council, do to reinvigorate the economies in these particular towns?
Well, I think we should do all we can to support local economies at the moment. And in fact, some of the local economies during this lockdown have been surviving better than some of the more remote economies that, normally speaking, we might be supporting, such as in London. So I think people have found new ways to work. They are realising the attractiveness of living in a place like Hertfordshire, and I think increasingly they're realising the attractiveness of not having to travel long distances in order to carry out most of their work. I mean, we've got a very high level of white collar employment in Hertfordshire, and I think that could turn out to be quite resilient post Brexit and indeed post COVID, because I think people have realised now that as we are doing today, there are different ways of undertaking business. And although you might have the occasional technological glitch, we have found that we are able to carry on business remotely. That's not to say I think that's the 100% answer to everything. I think there's value of people actually getting together personally, interacting personally rather than interacting over a network. But I do think we've got reason to be hopeful.
Thank you. Questions from a Conservative member? We have any? No, right. Therefore, that concludes the questions to executive members. Can we move then on to item 7B, which is written questions to exec members under Standing Order 8(9). And they are as set out in the attached annex, so that written questions had been received and the questions and written replies are appended to the order of business. Moving on to items 8 and 9, the time limits for these are set out in the order of business, and I go to item 8, report from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Could I invite David Andrews to move the motion? And David, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. May I move the report, but reserve my right. But in so doing, could I just point out that unfortunately, the Vice Chairman that was due to second this, Lynn Chesterman, has had to excuse herself today for urgent dental treatment. So she's not able to second today. So I shall be looking to a member of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to second for me. Thank you.
Right. Is there anyone who will second the David?
I'm happy to do that, Madam Chairman. Ken Crofton.
Thank you, Ken. Right. So you've done that. Fine. Could I invite Nigel Quinton, lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, to speak? And Nigel, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. Yes, I'm disappointed that I'm not able to support this report, and will be asking my group to vote against receiving it, as it makes no mention of the fact that there was no unanimity on the report in respect to the step back review on COVID, the topic group that occurred last month. I'd like to stress, though, I'm really appreciative of the response from the chair to the objections that I lodged with him, and acknowledge that a huge number of the suggestions that I put into the report were incorporated. That's not the point. I'm very concerned that the report from the topic group was finalised without any formal sign-off from members of the topic group. Now, I'm relatively new to this role. I assume that would be the normal course of business. Apparently, it is not. And that the report failed to report on significant parts of the scrutiny, glossing over any criticism of Hertfordshire County Council or of the government, and particularly the latter, which was a recurring theme throughout the day. And the fact that we didn't report on anything that Jim McManus, our very, very hard-working Director of Public Health, who made time to attend the meeting, nothing of what he said was reported. I just find that very hard to comprehend. And I don't see any reason not to record the difficulty that government failures caused us and our partners. Almost every single one of the partners we heard from particularly from the voluntary sector, had cause to complain about the confusion from central government throughout the crisis. So, you know, it's hard to get away from that editing of the report being a political choice. So my suggestion is in future that reports, final versions of reports, are circulated to the members of the topic group before they're published, so that any dissenting voices can be raised, and if necessary, a minority report prepared with officer support. I'd also draw attention to other items in the recent minutes where key discussions have been glossed over. Particularly in the last instance, we had a long discussion at my instigation about the response to recommendations arising from the IP scrutiny. That was not reported in the minutes from the October meeting. And I think it's an important issue because, again, I was shocked to discover that those recommendations are never followed up through ISAC, as other recommendations from scrutiny are. Now, we have a very good working relationship on this committee. And I very much look forward that we can have constructive discussions to address these issues prior to the next overview and scrutiny committee. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Nigel. Now, I had two hands up, one of which has disappeared. Richard Thake, your hand came up. Did you wish to
Chairman, it was
speak?
an accident. I pushed the wrong button. My apologies.
Fine. OK. Jeff Jones, then.
Yes, thanks, Chairman. Yeah, it relates to Nigel's comment. I was also a member of this topic group, and I received the draft. I was quite happy with it. I responded to the officers as such. So Nigel to say that we hadn't received the draft, I find very strange. I was quite happy with it. I sent my comments back, and that's as far as I was quite happy with it. So yeah, that's my comment.
Can I just clarify, Colette?
Briefly.
Very briefly, I wasn't referring to the draft, Jeff. I was referring to the final version. We all saw the draft and we commented on it, but then there should have been, I would have thought, in a normal process, an opportunity to see the final version before it is sent out. That's all I'm proposing.
Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Nigel. All right. OK. Sorry, Jeff, had you finished when?
Yes, I had. Thank you. Yeah, just
right. OK.
Just for clarity. Thank you.
OK. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Right. Then can I move Ken Crofton? I believe you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to respond at this moment?
Well, I didn't actually reserve my right. I was taken aback by the question you gave me, so apologies. I hope I can. I don't have a lot to say other than that we debated at length at the overview and scrutiny meeting. We were all told they're not verbatim minutes, so I'm perfectly happy with the report. And
fine. Thank you, Ken. And could I invite David Andrews to exercise his right of reply? And David, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Well, Nigel made me aware of his concerns, and he and I have exchanged correspondence on it. And part of that correspondence was my continued expression of remaining committed to an equitable, fair, robust and non-partisan scrutiny, and my keenness at any reasonable time to discuss that. So frankly, I'm disappointed it's been coming forward today. We're asked to accept the report to council, and the scrutiny topic group is but a very small part of that, and we're not here technically to scrutinise that topic group report. To expand a bit on Nigel's concerns, there has been quite a bit of toing and froing. From the very outset in the meeting, I made it clear that in the normal course of events, all the evidence had to be considered and gathered during the course of that meeting. And the meeting was done in its entirety from start to finish in conjunction with conversations with the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, and in addition followed custom and tradition that we've operated for a number of years. Now, we're always keen to establish a better way of working, and in many ways Nigel's been very kind to acknowledge that on occasions happens, but the expectation is that we sit down, we listen to the evidence, we walk in with an empty mind, we consider the evidence, and then we produce a report is produced. Nigel acknowledges that the draft went out. Everybody had an opportunity to comment. The witnesses had an opportunity to comment. The members had an opportunity to comment. And by and large, the comments have been very positive. Nigel himself came forward with a number of comments for which I thank him, and did thank him at the time, but they could not all be considered. And one in particular, which seems to be of great interest to him at the moment, is this question.
David.
Thank you. Is this question of the culpability of the government? The simple fact of the matter is we were not there to consider the culpability of the government in any shape or form. We were there to consider how Hertfordshire County Council had worked in conjunction with stakeholders and partners when presented with a pandemic the like of which we haven't seen in 4 or 5 generations. And that's what we did. And there was no need or cause or requirement to consider the situation of national government. So we did not, and therefore we haven't reported on it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Right. So I'm now going to ask Council to vote to receive to receive the report. So members, again, we go to the chat function, and we then proceed to vote. And where's that gone? Right, so this is item 8, the OSC report. And if you're voting for to accept it, against if you don't want to accept it, or you can abstain. Right.
It's not working on my system again, Colette. It won't allow me to press the buttons.
Right.
I'm voting against.
Right. So can you come out?
Madam Chair, there's a new way, and the top is it's called polls. It's a next door to the hand. There's a little sign, and it gives you right away for the voting.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Okay. So if you're having issues, all of you, go to the chat box, come out of the chat box, and then put yourself back in. But I have to tell you that already there is a majority to accept the report. However, I will hold if people still want to record their votes. You know, if you're having a problem, come out of chat, go back in, and you will still be able to vote. But I'm just telling you now that there is already a significant majority to receive the report.
I'm not doubting that, but the system is not allowing members to correctly record their votes. And this is going to have to be questioned at the leaders' meeting, because this is just not acceptable. It's been like this all day.
I totally agree with you in terms, but I am aware that it's not just this meeting that's being affected. It's it's fairly widespread. Now, we've had 54 responses so far. Now, I'm giving, I totally accept what you said, Stephen, but I'm just giving everyone an opportunity, if they still wish to vote, to come out of the chat box and then go back in, and that has seemed to cope with the majority of the issues that people have had. Okay, so
there clearly is something wrong. Whilst I voted against, the number went down from 11 to 10, and I voted against. So
that would have been
not right with the system.
That would have been that somebody changed their vote.
Well, that means no. I've added my vote. That means 2 people have changed their vote.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole system is not working and needs to be looked at.
We have. I will close the vote now, and the final result is 38 people voted to accept the report. 13 voted against, and we had 4 abstentions and 1 other. Thank you. And I accept your comments, and I'm sure that they were, please don't think that we're just sitting here accepting the status quo that we've had to endure today. And I know that officers will be going back to try and get this sorted out, so that we do have a more robust system in terms of how councillors can use it. However, while I accept your qualms, the votes that have been taken have all been substantial in their effect, either one way or the other. There's been no.
I don't disagree with Colette. I'm not.
Okay, so this needs to be.
It worked so well for the extraordinary meeting and seems to have failed.
It did work, didn't it? I was so happy. Right, moving on then to the next item on the agenda, which is item 9, which is a report from the Health Scrutiny Committee. And could I invite Seamus Quilty to move the motion, please? Seamus, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I won't need it, Madam Chairman. I would propose now that I move the report from Health Scrutiny Committee in my name to be received, and I ask for a seconder.
Thank you. Could I invite Chris White to second?
Yes, Chairman, you can invite me to second, and I will make my speech now. It's quite thin because we're not meeting till Friday, and then there'll be lots more to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Could I invite Margaret Eames-Pedersen as lead speaker for the Labour group to speak? To speak. Sorry, five minutes if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be 5 minutes. I have raised one issue with Seamus already, that I'm very concerned about cancer treatment in Hertfordshire at the moment, and that a consultation that is due in March 2021 over Mount Vernon and the reshaping of Mount Vernon that I believe has already transferred to University College administration effectively, that the consultation will be taking place after the horses bolted to some extent. And I believe that the interests of Hertfordshire need to be vigilantly guarded at the moment. And we do need to just follow how treatments for cancer are being are really being considered for patients all over Hertfordshire, and the treatments that actually will be, some of them in secondary care organisations and can be under tertiary care and collaboration of Mount Vernon, but how that is going to be rolled out in the future. That's my biggest concern at the moment from the Health Scrutiny Report. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other speakers? No. Now, Chris, you've already exercised your right. So can I invite Seamus Good?
I did put my hand up. I'd just like a quick.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Sharon. Yes, of course. I've just seen your hand just now. Do go ahead.
Two very quick points. I know we're at the end of a long meeting. One is that I know we're noting these reports, but they are always at the end of the agenda, the overview and scrutiny and the health scrutiny. They are very important aspects of all our work, but particularly opposition members. And I wondered if some consideration might be given to that, because it does discourage, you don't want to take part because you know we're at the end of a long meeting. So I just wondered if some thought could be given to that, please. And I know we don't set the scrutiny programme here either, but I would like to see some health scrutiny into the impact on other major and serious illnesses of the COVID work that's been done in our hospitals. I know they are really up against it, and really, all praise to the NHS staff. But we've seen lots of press stories recently on the impact on cancer and other treatments. And I think I would ask the chair to consider whether we could have a look at that in Hertfordshire. Thank you.
Right, thank you for your comments, Sharon. And yes, of course, consideration will be given to what you said. David Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman. If I might just comment, not as Chairman of Overview and Scrutiny, but merely as a committed scrutineer and a member of OSC, that I agree with Sharon that having our report so late in the day does on occasions mean that they don't get the, dare I use the word scrutiny, certainly the coverage and attention that we the scrutineers might wish. So I'd say no more, but I broadly support that. Thank you.
Yeah, and both your comments have been noted. Right, I can now invite Seamus then to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I work backwards, I would say to Sharon that, first of all, we have in all scrutiny meetings, whether it's myself or David's one, we have a work programme discussion. And at that time, we decide how to unfold the work programme in the coming, say, 3 to 6 months, short term. We do have, in both scrutinies, we have limited resources, so we've got to ensure we do the best we can for the residents of Hertfordshire. So therefore, if she wants to add anything into the work programme, can she please respectfully speak to her lead member? On my one, it's Margaret, and can she
bring that forward then. It's virtually impossible to do it now as we're talking. But what I can say now, and it touches on Margaret's point, that the Mount Vernon Cancer Centre is going to give an update on Friday in relation to where they are in the process of looking at their particular site. That will come on Friday, and we will be able to talk about it then. But I rest assured everyone watching this particular video, hopefully at home, that we take all health matters extremely seriously in Hertfordshire. We're going to hold all the health world to account, and we will ensure that we will strive to get the best service we can from the National Health Service. That's our role. That's what we're doing. So I will leave the report there.
Thank you, Seamus. Right. I'd like to invite Council to vote to receive the report, and let's have one more go at this, Sister May. Right. It'll be appearing shortly in your chat box, so click on the chat box and it will be loading. And it is up there now, and you can now vote for to receive the report. You vote against to not receive the report, or you can abstain. So I'm going to do.
Yeah, majority.
I haven't voted yet. I've just voted. Right. Now the majority have voted to receive the report. So thank you very much for that. And that seemed to go reasonably smoothly, unless you've run out of protests, which let's put it that way. I'm sorry, I'm not being facetious, but right. So moving on then to item 10 on the agenda, which is notices of motion under Standing Order 9(6), 10A, and at 10.1, can I invite Sandy Walkington to move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I formally move the motion.
Thank you. And can I invite Sarah Bedford to second, please?
After waiting for 6 hours, I'm very happy to second.
Thank you, Sarah. Right, I can advise Council that in accordance with Standing Order 9(8), I've determined that the motion above will be referred to the Highways and Environment Cabinet Panel for consideration. Moving on to 10B, 10.2, SK Jarvis, Steve Jarvis to move the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the motion at 10.2.
Thank you. And can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to second?
I'll second, Madam Chairman, and I didn't miss the last vote. It froze again. I had to reload Teams for the 4th time during this meeting.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, so in accordance with Standing Order 9(8), I've determined that the motion above will be referred to the Highways and Environment Cabinet Panel for consideration. Moving on to 10C, 10.3, can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to move the motion?
I so move, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And can I invite Steve Jarvis to second the motion?
I'm happy to second it, Chair.
And in accordance with Standing Order 9(8), I've determined that the motion above will be referred to the Highways and Environment Cabinet Panel for consideration. And before I close the meeting, can I thank you all so much for your forbearance, which has affected all of us, members, officers, and we've managed to get through it. It's certainly been a very lumpy ride. Maybe it's somebody up there is saying don't get complacent just because you had one fairly smooth running meeting. And we will clearly address the issues that have been raised. And if, it may have just been something in the ether today that was affecting everybody, various bits and pieces of equipment, reception, lines, whatever. And finally, can I wish you all a heartfelt season's greetings. I do hope you all have a wonderful break, however you choose to celebrate it. Go away and get refreshed. Stop thinking about politics and just have a wonderful time. And we'll be seeing each other, probably still virtually, in the new year. Take care, everyone. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Colette.
Same to you.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Colette.
Chair.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye, Colette. Well done. Very well done.